Tradoon.
Dirter.
we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. And happy Thursday, Birds Day. Today is Thursday, April 30th, 2026. We're going to have a fun stream today, so I'm glad you're here. We're going to be going over some more fossil news, I presume. We'll do Metazoa, we'll do some Q&A, whatever you happen to be curious about. I'm happy to talk about. And then, of course, we'll get into our Thursday Birds Day festivities, celebrating the continued reign of the theropod dinosaurs. Today in the form of birds. Good to have you here, everybody. And if anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, which is what I study. Talking about the history of life on Earth. Talking about science in general. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I focus mostly on dinosaurs, although I am branching out a little bit this year, and I'm happy about that. But dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I excavate when I'm out in the field. We'll be out there in Wyoming again at the beginning of June. Very excited about that, and I'll be showing you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs, collect data, conduct paleontological fieldwork. Well, Sweetie Pie here is certainly going to miss me, but I'll be out there for about 2 weeks. I'll be coming back here, and then more field work out in Utah later in the summer, and then maybe more field work after that in Utah. I haven't really checked into Montana or Nevada yet, but we'll see, you know? Still a lot of months left in the year. But I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these streams is to do science outreach, to try and show you what it's really like to be involved with fossil science. Not just tell you, but show you firsthand, you know? How do we excavate fossils? How do we gather data? Why is it important, you know? All the good stuff. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Ready for Thursday Birds Day? Jazzy Cat, I guess Sweetie Pie is ready. She's always ready for birds, you know? Maybe not as much as Moon Pie. Moon Pie likes watching the birds outside the most, but all the cats enjoy it. Who have got here in the chat today? Arle is here. Again, happy early birthday, Dad. I hope you have a good one. I went to go see my dad this morning and see my stepmom back in the town that I grew up in. So that was nice. Not too far from where I live now. And, yeah, that was really cool. Got to hang out at the pool for a little while, try out some new snorkel gear. It is difficult to find something that, like, won't immediately shoot water up your nose if you have facial hair. It tends to break the seal on a dive mask, on a snorkel mask. So I found something that I think works, like a full face one. I was field testing that today in the pool. I'm happy with how it works for the most part. Anyway, good to see you, Dad. Dirt or Bust, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Dirt or Bust with the dirter there. Coincidence? I don't know. Marcy Walks Dogs, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Fall Machine, good to see you as always. Welcome back. Science Streams, Balintz, I hope you're having an excellent day. You're doing your own stream right now, are you not? You should be paying attention. I hope you're not. I hope you're focusing on your own stream. Can we get a shout out for Science Streams, who does phenomenal science outreach here on this platform? Balint and Lita are a married couple of scientists, and they do science outreach right here on Twitch. If you're not yet following them, you're missing out. So remedy that immediately. Dark Muppeteer, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Ten Glitchy, Little Pink Pony, Aid112, Gav1816, Gojira, and Fake 2D, Bees Honey, and Aid112, Jazzy Cat, and Boogie's Bungalow. How is everybody? Yeah. Bees Honey says, I'm new to this and very excited. Is it cold where you're at? Certainly not. No, I'm a resident of the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, and it is a beautiful day today. Slightly hazy, foggy on my side of the bay. Here is a view from the Berkeley Hills. So yeah, you can't even really see the Golden Gate Bridge over there. We've got all this fog in the way. The marine layer, this kind of fog forms when you have like cold offshore winds that meet the warm air from inland, like from California's Central Valley. So they meet and they form that kind of fog like this. This is famous in the summertime in San Francisco. Although we're seeing less and less of it every year. That's the thing, is that as global temperatures rise, the Pacific Ocean is heating up. And so the temperature of the air above the ocean and the temperature of the air above the land is getting closer and closer. So you don't have as much of a stark contrast, and you don't get as much of that marine layer as we used to. But yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Jay Dottie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. And let's see. Oh, interesting, Dr. Tara. So we've got saber-toothed cat neurology, or endocast study at least. And then, bromelites. Aren't bromelites like regurgitolites? Isn't this fossil puke? Is that what I'm thinking of here?
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
For the 31 months.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
I appreciate your ongoing support, Caspian Black. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. And I can see the 1 and the Q keys are very close together. I presume you meant yay 31. 31 months is a long time. Thanks for supporting our mission of science outreach and education here at Caspian Black. I appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah, bromelites. These are fossil pukes, right?
Shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Case Kuchin.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, Case Kuchin. Thank you for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here online. 252 bromelite specimens? Yeah. Helios, Basiloctodopterygians, Elasmobranchs, crocodilians, Testudines, amphibians, reptiles, theropod dinosaurs. So yeah, this is it's basically like owl pellets, but from different other critters. Bromelites. And here, hang on, let me turn on my closed captions real quick too, because I realized they're off. Bingo, there we go. Fossilized remains of material sourced from the digestive system of organisms. So usually this is when somebody pukes. Often it's like the hard parts of their prey, indigestible bits, stuff like that. So this sort of thing stands a high likelihood of being fossilized, given that it's mostly made up of hard materials. Stuff that's not such an uphill climb to try and fossilize. If that makes sense. Hard parts are always usually easier to fossilize than soft parts. So yeah. Pretty neat that they're able to collect a bunch of these in the Cerro del Pueblo Formation. We were just talking about this on Monday. There we go. Yeah, PaleoStream did this lovely faunal illustration of this formation with a bunch of the different critters. We've got ornithomimid dinosaurs, we've got turtles, we've got a croc, we've got various species and genera of duck-billed dinosaur here. We've got some sort of little lizardy guy climbing this branch, and we've got saw skates down here. Some elasmobranch fishes related to modern-day skates and rays and sawfish to a certain extent. That's this same formation. This new paper is from. This is cool. This is cool. Thanks, Dr. Terry. I appreciate you bringing it up. Yeah. But anyway, Deathsaurus, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Today, like I said, is going to be kind of a loosey-goosey stream. We've got some fossil news that we can cover with the Wheel of Fossil News. And then we've got Thursday Birds Day later. But if anybody happens to have any questions about anything, now's a great time to ask them. Given that we don't have a big overarching topic today. It's not World Tapir Day. We're not running a big fundraiser. We're not celebrating the life of Mary Anning today, anything like that. There's not... It's kind of whatever you want. The Bee Sunny says, how long have you been studying paleontology? That's a good question. I think like a lot of kids, I grew up
quarry has
obsessed
provided
with dinosaurs.
scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
And Aloias 8, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologize. Like a lot of kids, I was obsessed with dinosaurs from a very early age. And, do I have a photo? Maybe not. I could pull one up. Oh, that'll work. But where's the other one? before and after. Hang on just a second. I know where it is. It's going to be in that folder for the welcome videos. Drat, I don't know where that... Anyway, I knew that I wanted to be a paleontologist from a very young age. This is me. I must be barely 6 years old in this picture. And, this is Halloween. Me dressing up as a paleontologist. These are candy buckets here, so ignore that. But the adventure vest, I don't actually wear these in the field, but I do wear a sun helmet. Military surplus one, not one made of straw. But I knew from a very young age that I wanted to be a paleontologist. It's before I was 6 years old. Probably like 3 or 4. My study of paleontology, I guess you could say it started back then. Just reading all kinds of books, watching documentaries, just absorbing as much information as I could about dinosaurs and dinosaur science. But things really kind of took off for me when I was in high school. So I was able to volunteer at the University of California Museum of Paleontology, just down the road from me in Berkeley. So I went from being a dinosaur fan to being, an enthusiast, to somebody who was there on the inside, working on fossils, hanging out with paleontologists, assisting with curation and fossil prep and research. That was really kind of where I got my start, was in high school, I guess. When I went from being on the outside looking in to being on the inside. And so as a result, that's kind of my number one piece of advice that I give people. If anybody's looking to get involved with paleontology, whether as a career or just as something they would like to do in their free time, my advice is just get started. If there's a museum near you, see if you can go volunteer there. There's many different ways that you can get involved, and you never know what it'll turn into. So yeah, so how long have I been studying paleontology? I've been on the inside, I guess, since I was, 14, 15? Something like that. I won't tell you how old I am now, but it's been a while. Yeah. I've been digging up dinosaurs with professional field crews since 2011. So, this will be year 15 for me. There were 2 years in there when I didn't really do a lot of field work because of COVID. But, I've got over a dozen years of experience in digging up dinosaurs, collecting data, and conducting paleontological field work. And Jay Dottie says, is there one universal piece of information you think everyone should know about paleontology, or wish we should know? I'm glad you asked. I talk about this pretty much every day. But there's this concept of phylogeny. Living things are related to one another. And to a biologist, to a paleontologist, to a zoologist or a botanist, this is the most fundamental concept. Like, everybody knows this. But you'd be shocked at how few people in the outside world, outside of our ivory bubble, to mix metaphors, how many people outside of that are familiar with this concept? That every living thing on our planet is related, and we can trace those relationships using the fossil record, and also using things like DNA. We can cross-check those different lines of evidence. So every living thing on our planet is related. All life, as far as we know, comes from one single common ancestor about 3.5 billion years ago, maybe 4 billion years ago, give or take. That's why everything on our planet has DNA. And why it seems like certain critters look more similar to other critters, it's usually because these things are related. This is the fundamental principle that all of biology is built upon. And yeah. We'll be talking more about this today and pretty much every stream. But good question, J. Dottie. Appreciate you asking it. And what fossil is that on your right, mounted to the wall? On my right here? Archaeopteryx lithographica. This is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. This is my 3D print of that specimen, which is extraordinarily important. Here, I can pull up a clip that actually deals with both of those two concepts we just mentioned.
Justice.
Here we go. And here, let me get this set up for viewing properly. There we are. Yeah. So this is from a documentary from what, like 2000. This is about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. Big trial where they were trying to get, like, basically creationist pseudoscience taught in American schools. And then scientists and teachers and parents said, no, you can't do that. What are you talking about? What's nuts is that some of the people who were, like, pushing for that are, like, currently major parts of the Trump administration. But anyway. Luckily, this exact sort of thing hasn't cropped up again. But this is from a documentary about that.
That compare to our shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist, bone for bone.
Yeah.
So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence.
But
Schubin's
friend of mine,
colleague, paleontologist Kevin
Padian
showed
of
the
Berkeley.
judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
Like Archaeopteryx
My
here.
testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
There's
How
Archaeopteryx there.
dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx.
We'll be talking
which has
about
a
that later
long
today for
tail and
Thursday
teeth
Thursday.
like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yep.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
So that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't realize. I think a lot of folks in the general public have this impression that, like, oh, well, you know, the prehistoric times are just a big mystery, and who knows how anything came to be, and that could not be further from the truth. Holy cow. We've been doing this whole paleontology thing since the early 1800s with people like Mary Anning. We now know an incredible amount about the history of life on Earth through the fossil record. And I wish everybody knew this because it is so... It's mind-boggling. It's inspiring. It's an awesome thing to be able to watch the evolution of life on Earth through the fossil record. It is incredibly cool. And I get the impression that most folks out there in the world don't really recognize how much we know about this. Maybe that's partly our fault as paleontologists and other scientists, maybe we don't do a good enough job of communicating this to the public. That's what I'm trying to do here on Twitch. But also, we do have very powerful people working against us. Let's see in a minute.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And
I mean, and the reporters, these are generally pretty well-educated people, pretty clever, you know. We're not talking about, no offense to, you know, no offense to Cletus here, but we're not talking about Cletus the slack-jawed yokel. Like, most of the reporters who were there, they're university educated. These are people who certainly think of themselves as being very smart, and they didn't know anything about this because they were surprised to learn that paleontologists know this much. Well, why? We'll let Kevin Pady.
Resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's a huge influence, and currently creationists are kind of running the country and trying to dismantle the Department of Education, among many other things. The guy who is, I made this point many times, I'll make it again. The guy who is second in line to the presidency is an avowed young Earth creationist. He blamed the problem of school shootings on the teaching of evolution. These are the people who are running the United States right now. So, it's not entirely our fault as scientists. Of course, we could always do a better job of interfacing with the public, telling people about our work, trying to get folks excited about science. But there are, shall we say, systemic barriers in the way. We're swimming against the current, so to speak. So yeah. And Golganek, you basically have to ignore all of science. But yeah, that's the thing. I'm not. I want to make it very clear that I'm not denigrating anybody's particular religious belief. The vast majority, 90+% of all religious folks on Earth have zero problem with science. Probably 99+%. I don't know. It's just, I don't know, if people, if they want to make their religion, whatever religious belief that might be, if they want to make that in direct contradiction to observable reality, then they might run into some conflict there. And that's precisely what's happened with a lot of people. But I don't know, when you have this dominionist attitude where it's like, well, you know, my religion is the only true one, and my particular sect of my religion, I probably even disagree with my pastor about certain things, but I'm right, and everyone else in the world is exactly wrong, and I deserve to rule over them.
Take the phone to mommy now!
When you have that kind of hubris, it's gonna be,
it's
not gonna be good.
Dinosaur back!
2 months of fossil news and science.
Lost the tarantula.
Channels I've been raided into over the years.
Thank you.
Thank
My
you,
goodness.
Mods and Danny, for what you do. Happy to be a part of this growing community and help in what ways I can.
Thank you,
Looking
Voss.
forward to June for your next excavation.
It is going to be excellent, Voss. It's going to be excellent. Thank you for the 2 months of support and for the kind words. Thank you very, very much. I sincerely appreciate that. It's been wonderful having you here in the chat. I always appreciate your questions, your enthusiasm, and I hope that you stick around. Really looking forward to summer field work, and June is going to be really cool. But you know what? The week before that is also going to be very cool in Florida. working with leatherback turtles. I think I told you yesterday that I had a meeting with some folks there along the Atlantic coast of Florida over Zoom. There's exciting stuff coming up. There's exciting stuff coming up. Are you excited, Mini Pie? She's not excited. She's gonna miss me. Aren't you? You're gonna miss me, huh? Yeah. You're not gonna be able to ask for treats, and then when you're given treats, you don't eat the treats. This little ritual that you've developed here, you're gonna have to put it on hold. Yeah. Whoa. What are you looking for? Is it gonna be this? Is this what you're after? Oh. Look at that. A treat for you. Are you gonna eat it this time? I'm gonna give you one, and we'll see if you eat it. No? Please, for me? I don't want it to go to waste. It's a sin to waste food, Mini Pie. You gonna lick it a little bit? What? I would eat it, but it's got cat saliva on it, and I'm vegetarian. And this is probably made from, I don't know what from. And I have to throw it away now because my other landlord, Sweetie Pie, might show up and try and eat it, and she's not supposed to eat treats because she might be allergic. So let me go toss this real quick. Yeah. Copernicus cat, yeah. You know what it reminds me of? Years ago, my grandpa, when my mom and dad were on business trips or something, or couldn't take me and my brother to school, my grandpa would sometimes fill in. And before he'd take us to school, he'd take us to a donut shop called Donut King. And we'd be there at like 6:20 in the morning. And there was like a middle-aged couple who ran this place, and they had like a little altar thing up behind the counter, like on a shelf, like way behind the cash register, like a little Buddha statue. And every morning there would be 2 beautiful, fresh chocolate donuts placed there on the altar, just doing like a little offering every morning. And I feel like that's what I'm doing with Mini Pie right now, where it's like she shows up, we venerate her, I give her a little offering, and then she buzzes off. I always wondered what happened to those donuts every day, because I don't think the Buddha was eating them. So, like, do the people eat them? Do they get thrown away? I don't know. Probably less wasteful than what I'm doing here with Mini Pie, throwing those treats away. But yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. Oh, the surviving Earth. Yeah, I've heard some stuff about this. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Dr. Terminator. Yeah. Let's take a look.
Earth, a breathtaking planet that has supported life for billions of years. But it can be a challenging and cruel home. From the beginning, creatures have...
What in the world? Is that an ichthyosaur right there? I'm presuming this is some kind of archosauromorph reptile, so that's got to be an ichthyosaur right there. But I saw some scutosaurs earlier.
But it can be a challenging and cruel home.
I wonder who this is. Looks very lizardy.
From the beginning.
So those were some sort of early rhino, I suspect. No, those are toxodonts, aren't they? This might be that South American weird critter. Are they notoungulates? I always forget what toxodonts are. But I think these are probably toxodonts. These seem to be Scutosaurus from the Permian period. Scutosaurus. Yeah. Not a dinosaur, but a weird... non-synapsid. They're reptiles, right? They're sauropsids, Scutosaurus? Yeah, they're pariasaurs, that's right. These guys were once thought to be ancestral to turtles, the pariasaurs. And now it's thought that pariasaurs are closer to the archosaurs. Yeah. Oh, and the toxodonts, by the way. These guys I should show you. If these are indeed toxodonts. Toxodon. Really weird critters from long after the dinosaurs. These are South American weirdos. Classic Charles R. Knight illustration right there. That's a nifty one. And I think they are notoungulates, Alexander, but I'm not... What are you, Toxodon? What are you? Let's see. Large ungulates. They are indeed notoungulates. Notoungulates are this weird group of South American ungulates. It's funny, when I was a kid first reading this, I remember the book that I first read about notoungulates, and it was Michael Novacek's Time Traveler. And somehow I missed the O. Noto means southern, because they're from South America. And ungulates are hoofed mammals. I read these as not ungulates, because he makes a big point in the book about how they're so strange, they're so different. So I read this as not ungulates. You have ungulates and you have not ungulates. But no, they are a kind of ungulate. But they're weird and cool. Here's a link if you want to read more about it. And Casey Snowart says, I'm not familiar with these, but I already love them. I bet you there's like a PBS Eons video about them. We want to get into notoungulates real quick. Sorry to everybody waiting for a YouTube-style react to that trailer. Let's see. Science Outreach waits for nobody. We can try this. I've seen some... This channel's pretty okay. Notoungulates, South America's unique herbivores. This is a really weird group of critters. Their heyday was before the Great American Biotic Interchange.
However, one lineage that I've neglected so far are the highly successful notoungulates, the most diverse members of South America's
Macrokenia might be a notoungulate.
Unique ungulate assemblage, often placed into the wastebasket category of Meridiungulata, which encompasses a disparate array of hoofed placental mammals that probably have quite different evolutionary origins. including the horse and camel-like litopterns, the poorly understood xenungulates, and the bulky, superficially elephant-like pyrotheres.
Yeah, the pyrotheres. That's such a cool name. Pyrotheres, the fire beasts. I think the fossils of Pyrotherium were discovered after a fire on the Pampas, so like the South American prairie, essentially. Like a fire exposed these rocks and then allowed for the discovery of these bones. I think that's the origin of the name Pyrotherium. Yeah. Argentina, South America's first paleontologist, Florentino Ameghino. Florentino Ameghino. Very sonorous name. He discovered this critter. Because of the remains... Hang on. Garth Jacoby. Thank you for the 21 months of support. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you, thank you.
Paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance.
Appreciate you keeping me here on the air. Thank you. As the remains of this animal originally appeared in the volcanic ash beds of the Deseado Formation. They named it Pyrotherium, which means fire beast. Okay. Yeah. Where did I get the idea that there was a Pampas fire? Anyway, notoungulates.
Themselves were a diverse and common bunch, with species ranging from small rabbit-like hoppers to massive rhino or hippo-like animals. They first appear in the fossil record about 61 million years ago during the Paleocene.
Really early.
Persisted until the end of the last glacial period 12,000 years ago.
So what's nuts is some of these guys even survived the Great American Biotic Interchange. So like when South America and North America meet at the Isthmus of Panama, and then you have all these creatures rushing from one continent to the other, and just like it was bedlam for a while. Critters just going into new ecosystems where they have no natural predators, and just it was chaos. Relatively speaking, on a paleontological scale, you know, maybe not in the moment, but like. Anyway, many of these guys actually survived until very recently, and they may have indeed been to extinction by people.
Diversifying during the Eocene, notoungulates can generally be divided into early basal forms and two main lineages.
Anyway, I'll give you a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this. There we go. But Toxodon here, and I'm presuming that these are Toxodon and not some kind of rhino. It's funny that they have a completely different origin from rhinos, yet have independently evolved a similar body plan. Yeah. Return our tapirs. Let's get back to the trailer.
Creatures of...
And this, yeah, that's gotta be an ichthyosaur coming out of the water there after this, Archosaurian critter.
Had to be tough.
Yeah, that's totally an ichthyosaur there. Yep. Look at that jaw profile. It absolutely is. Neat. What a cool critter. Who do you think this one's gonna get got? Or is he gonna be too slow?
Tough to...
And we've got Gorgonopsians here from the Permian. So I like that this is Paleozoic and Mesozoic and Cenozoic.
Survive.
Oh, and there's our first dinosaur there, it seems. Right here. This could be a Coelophysoid or something. Yeah. Probably looking to eat a mammal, one of our ancestors. A Dimetrodon right there, which is related to our ancestors.
Mass extinctions wiped out entire species. From supervolcanoes to an asteroid apocalypse.
And there we have a theropod dinosaur again. I don't know if this is Eutyrannus or who this is, but look at the thick coating of feathers. That's pretty nifty. I like that.
From mega floods to...
And that seemed to be a Spinosaurus, or some kind of Spinosaurid being Just wrecked by a tsunami. Or
to a frozen planet strangled by darkness. With every disaster,
we have a beached ichthyosaur, or is that a pliosaur? It's probably a pliosaur.
There was suffering.
And that was probably Cassia.
But each time, life returned. Even...
That was, what, Cretoxyrhina, I think, with a pteranodon in his jaws? Oh, Cotylorinchus. Thank you, Casey. Yeah, yeah. This is neat. When does this come out? I bet it's going to be when I'm in the field, so I'm going to miss it. But yeah, then we have Pteranodon. Oh, shoot. So we've got a dead nodosaur right here floating in the water. We've got a bloat and float situation. This might well be Borealopelta. That would make sense if they want to tie it to a really spectacular fossil specimen. There you go. It looks a lot like Borealopelta. Actually, here, let me go grab my Borealopelta model. That's been sent to me by a generous chatter. Borealopelta. This critter, so let's get it oriented in the same way. This is an armored dinosaur from the early Cretaceous, I think, of Canada. Alberta. Is it early Cretaceous? What age is... Yeah, it's early Cretaceous. It's coeval with, like, Acrocanthosaurus. It's probably like Cloverleaf Formation equivalent. But yeah, you probably heard about this animal. I will still get questions about this every once in a while. Maybe once every few weeks. Did you hear about that ankylosaur that was found beautifully... Yes, I know some of the people who worked on this. Yeah, just exquisite specimen. And it got a lot of media attention. It was so well preserved that we can even tell what colors it was in life based on preserved melanosomes. These organelles inside the cells that provide coloring in the skin. So there's the same model that I have right here. It's really lovely. So this coloration is accurate, if a little conservative. You know, the animal had been dead and had floated out to sea and was preserved in ocean bottom sediments. And like this big siderite block that preserved it super well. But still, there would have been some sun fading and stuff, and yeah, so I would have probably made it a little bit more brightly colored, but they wanted to be conservative with this, and I understand that. But anyway, these big shoulder spikes right here. That is, precisely what we've got right here. Sticking up right there. This is a bloat and float out in the middle of the ocean. There must have been a pteranodon feeding on this. And then, I guess didn't go so well for Mr. Pteranodon.
Pie. What a time to be alive.
Thank you, Elias, for the 48 months of support.
Did you know about that armored dinosaur that has been found in really good condition?
I didn't hear about it, Eli. Tell me more, please. Thank you for the 48 months of support, Elias. It's almost a whole year, is it not? Thank you, thank you. Anyway, don't get too attached to this pteranodon here. Eating what I presume to be Borealopelta.
Life returned. Even...
Yeah, so we had sharks basically the size of white sharks in the Western Interior Seaway at the time. Cretoxyrhina is one of these. It's not... I don't know if it's thought to be closely related to lamniform sharks like white sharks, but Cretoxyrhina. Oh! Swim away, leatherback turtle! Yeah. It's traditionally classified as the sole member of the family Cretoxyrhinidae. That's a trick that we often do with like a fossil critter. We're like, I don't know where this thing goes. Give it its own family. It is now the flagship member of the Cretoxyrhinidae. But other taxonomic placements have been proposed, such as within the Elapidae and the Lamnidae. The Lamnidae is the group that includes white sharks. Genus Carcharodon today. And Crimson says, how far back is the time estimate for Borealopelta? Pretty early, I think. I want to say it's like 120, something like that. Like Cloverleaf Formation equivalent. Lower Cretaceous. From the Wabascoff member of the Clearwater Formation. And that's Albion in age.
This is a herbivore, and that's the dinosaur man.
Dinosaur man.
Thank you, Dirterbust, for the 3 months of support. 5 months of support.
Paleo
Appreciate you,
YES
Dirterbust.
Paleo Birds are Dinos 3.
Can we get some Dirters in the chat for Dirterbust? Thank you for your ongoing support.
Dirter.
Dirter. Thank you.
Dirter.
Good stuff.
Dirter.
Albion is right here. So it's the last stage in the Lower Cretaceous. This is a little bit earlier than Pteranodon. I think Pteranodon is like... I think it's like Turonian.
Tradoon.
Pteranodon Sternbergi. Yeah. What formation are we talking about? Niobrara Formation, of course. Niobrara chalk between 87 and 82 million years ago during the Coniacian, Santonian, and Campanian. Well, shoot. So yeah, that might well be a little early for Pteranodon. Here, we'll just gently place this pterosaur back. There we go. Oh, well done. Crimson Carnotaurus says, is what you hear when a Cretoxyrhina is approaching. Apparently. And this is what you hear after it approaches.
If returned. Headshot. Stronger.
Anywho. So yeah, this does make me kind of question whether that is supposed to be Borealopelta here. Maybe it's not supposed to be this exact taxon, but maybe it's supposed to be just a generic nodosaur, because this has not happened just with Borealopelta. There's a bunch of different ankylosaurs who had this bloat and float thing going on. Niobrarasaurus, I think, is one of these, right? Which is funny, because it's named after this seaway, Niobrarasaurus. Because it floated way out into the middle of the ocean and then was preserved. But this is a land animal. Very much a land animal, Niobrarasaurus. Yeah. And then we have a number of other ones. Nodosaurus is originally from marine sediments. Yeah, this critter. Nodosaurus, we don't really know what the full animal would have looked like. But, you often see depictions like this. But the original specimen was one of Marsh's or Cope's, I forget. But, yeah, that was a bloat and float as well. There's a bunch of ankylosaurs were like the best or the only specimen for that whole genus and species is from a bloat and float. A dinosaur that drifted out to sea, you know? Makes me want to pull up the PBS Eons part for Borealopelta. Dinosaur who was buried at sea. Here we go. Yeah.
So what happened? Well, after its death, Borealopelta's corpse hit the sea floor around 200 to 400 kilometers away from the closest shoreline. And
Dude,
it landed
quite the journey.
upside down, which turns out to have been a common fate for nodosaurs. Computer simulations suggest that these top-heavy animals would have flipped over pretty easily while floating in the water. So below the waves, Borealopelta came to rest in a layer of stagnant, oxygen-poor mud. Traces of burrowing sea creatures were found nearby, but paleontologists found no evidence that the dinosaur's body was scavenged. And when it was discovered, Borealopelta was encased.
I mean, it wasn't scavenged. I mean, we saw what happened here, you know?
Life returned.
It didn't get a chance to be scavenged, right?
In a tomb of hard rock called a concretion. As its body decayed, carbon dioxide and other substances were released, which changed the chemistry of the water inside the mud around the carcass. Soon enough, a tough layer of siderite, a type of iron carbonate, formed, protecting the dinosaur's remains. But how did it get so far away from the...
Diagonal says if one flipped over in the water while alive, it would have had a hard time righting itself. I was talking with Jim about this, and he suspects that one of the reasons why these guys seem to be commonly found as bloating floats is that maybe they were hanging out in the water and then eventually would flip over and just get carried out by a river and out into the middle of the ocean. Like, we found so many of them at this point. Well, not so many, but like, it does seem like an abnormally high number. And I know that Victoria Arbor published that paper kind of disputing this idea, but I've got some issues with that. I don't know.
from the coastline?
Anyway, it seems like it might really be a thing with these guys.
After all, Borealopelta was heavily armored and short-legged, so it was...
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Might shiny.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Or a very pleasant dream. Thank you, Might Shiny. For the 29 months, 31 months? Now at tier 2? Thank you, Might Shiny, for your ongoing impactful support. Tier 2. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Probably a terrible swimmer, and it lived on land anyway, so there's no reason to think that the nodosaur swam to its watery grave.
Jim has some ideas about this.
It's more likely that the dinosaur's body...
And, well, Praline Mocha.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any
Feline
creature
Mocha and their
before them
23
or
raiders
since.
want to know more than that.
Praline Mocha, thank you for the raid. It's good to have you here. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We were looking at a new trailer for a new documentary series called Surviving Earth, about the history of life on Earth, and I guess to a certain extent the history of death on Earth too, mass extinctions and things like that. But welcome, and I hope you had an excellent stream, Praline Mocha. Hello, Just Ask Miles and the one Michael 1. How are things? It's good to have you. My name's Danny, I'm a paleontologist, and well, here's a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Just
This
said
is
that.
Paleontologizing.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Hang on a second. My eyes are as big as sweetie pies right here. Golganek, did you just resubscribe for 6 months in advance at tier 3, Golganek? Holy moly, Golganek. Thank you for that. I appreciate it most sincerely. You are delivering some extraordinary support to help prop up our mission of science outreach and education here. Golganek, I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Superb. That's a whole tier more than 2? That's not actually how the tiers work. Tier 3, I think, is actually 5 times more than tier 1. Right? Is it $30 a month instead of $6 a month? I think that's how these things work. Think of it more like the earthquake scale. It's not quite logarithmic, but it is it's impressive. I appreciate that more than you know, Golganek. Thank you, thank you. Extraordinary. And Praline Mocha says, thank you. It was really fun. We were working on designing some Pocopia washi tape for an upcoming event. Very cool. Looks super cool and should be finished this week. Excellent. That's really neat. Thank you for bringing everybody over, Praline Mocha. I appreciate that. Here, let me... feel like enough time is... Let's just start this over. It's less than a minute long.
My name is Danny Anduza.
There you
I'm a
go,
dinosaur
Durgabust.
paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses.
Well, we're going to be back out here in Wyoming, actually at this Ceratopsian site, hopefully. Beginning of June. And I'll be streaming from there. Very excited.
By excavating these fossils.
Go. Watch out. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. And Trek Nerd, the music has really good bass in the car. Unless he meant bass. Which happens sometimes, apparently. Poor fish. This is maybe a little more cheery. There you go. It would have to be a text-based joke. We'd be like, hey, yo, dude, I love your car. Nice bass. Yeah. And if that croc skull was found in Wyoming, maybe with luck you'll find more material. We're hoping, Alexander, we're hoping. I think we have a croc skull. We will definitely find more croc material. Especially now that we will have a second vehicle, a second rental vehicle, a designated scout vehicle to be able to go out and find more sites this year. That's what we were raising money for on Monday's stream, and that was a tremendous success. Thank you again to everybody who contributed. Extraordinary. Anywho, before another hour passes, let's see if we can get through the rest of this 1-minute trailer.
But each time, life returned, even stronger.
Was that a plesiosaur being pushed to the surface after just being born? I know whales will do this. I totally think it is. That's so cool. It's like a short-necked plesiosaur, a pliosaur. That's really nifty. Oh man, that's cool.
Stronger.
Sauropod dinosaur right there. I'm not sure what kind. Sauropodomorph, maybe? I see if you look closely down here, you can see the forelimbs, and we've got separate digits flexing. You want to have like the big flesh mitten thing that later eusauropods have. This is, I wonder who, maybe this is Volcanodon? Who is this? I don't know. Well, we've got some birds flying away from some sort of ornithopod. We've got little mammals. This might be Megastrodon or Morganucodon or somebody like that. I think we saw footage earlier of a coelophysoid dinosaur.
It's the heart and the hope of our planet. Travel back in time to see how life fights back and wins.
Surviving Earth, June 11th, followed by the Americas on NBC and Peak.
Very cool. Well, well, well. I'm going to be in the field when this premieres. It's always how these things happen. I'm always out digging up dinosaurs, and, you know, we'll have new people on the crew who show up, and they'll be like, oh boy, did you see Prehistoric Planet? Did you see Surviving Earth? Did you see? Like, no, we've been out here. We've been digging the things up. But I'm glad you enjoyed that, and I'm looking forward to seeing it too back in Civilization. But yeah, very cool. That's going to be really neat. Again, here's a link to the trailer. I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I feel like we're pretty lucky in the sense that there have been some really good paleontology-focused nature documentary-style programs that have come out in the last few years. Prehistoric Planet, which of course is like the gold standard for this kind of thing. But we had Netflix's Life on Our Planet, and then Netflix's The Dinosaurs, which I enjoyed, and I'm glad exists. Maybe it's not for me, but like I'm really, really glad that that sort of thing is out there. The science is pretty decent in it. And now there's this. I feel like there's going to be a lot of... I'm hoping there will be a lot of paleontologists in the future who will be able to look back and point to that and be like, hey, that's one of the things that got me interested in fossil science to start with. If we're concerned about propagating our science into the future, having researchers years from now who are going to be getting into fossil science and pursuing careers in this discipline, kind of need stuff like that that will inspire people. And this looks good. I'm excited about this. This is very cool. Thank you for sharing, Dr. Tara. Good stuff. Yeah. And I agree, Alexander. Yeah. And the one Michael wants is one thing that surprised me about the dinosaurs is the longevity of the sauropods. With not a lot of change other than longer necks. Yeah, so that's the thing, is this is a profoundly successful group of dinosaurs. The sauropodomorphs. The details get a little complicated, but overall, having long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, it's just a hallmark of the Mesozoic era. After the evolution of the dinosaurs, some of them start to exploit plant resources. They start to become more and more herbivorous generation to generation. They develop these long necks like that. And for all three periods in the age of dinosaurs, all three periods in the Mesozoic era, the Triassic, the Jurassic, the Cretaceous, you've got long-necked herbivores. They lived on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. They became the largest creatures to ever walk our planet. And they were very speciose. There's lots and lots and lots of different kinds. The sauropodomorphs are a true success story. Extraordinary animals. The true sauropods themselves, people like Matt Wadel referred to them as God's perfect creatures. They're just exquisitely well evolved to be able to eat plants and to get tremendously large. To the point where where they were the largest creatures to ever walk our planet. And they absolutely dwarf the largest land mammals. Just bonkers, you know? Yeah. Prayers for peace for all? Agreed, Ed's dead too. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we're talking about an animal, a living, breathing, walking animal the size of a jetliner, you know? Maybe like twice as long as a blue whale. And they're walking around on land. Not like a blue whale where they have the force of the water buoying up their bulk, so they're essentially weightless. These are creatures that had to deal with their full body weight on land. They had to fight against gravity in a way that whales do not have to do. Just supremely cool. Like, what an incredible group of animals. The sauropods. So yeah, it's a good point, the one, Michael, that like, from the very earliest ones, like say Plateosaurus, they've kind of stuck with that body plan for 150 million years. Let me find that triumphant intro from Walking with Dinosaurs. There we go. Very funny, Gene Wen. Anyway, mammals. Here we go. We actually haven't actually found these guys in North America yet. But I think just thematically it works so well here. We also now know that these guys were probably bipedal. Yep. It is. It is the shape of things to come. Just transcendent. What an incredible clade of animals. It is Plateosaurus, Neverwinter, yeah. And who was mentioning the narrator there? Petrodactylus. That is Kenneth Branagh, who I think was a Shakespearean actor. I don't know if that's actually like a class of actor. You're like, oh, well, this is a sauropod dinosaur, and this is a Shakespearean actor. But I think he's pretty well respected, and his voice is just so distinguished that, yeah. For a more up-to-date picture of Plateosaurus, I actually really like the one in Life on Our Planet. With, oh, different narrator. We'll see if anybody, recognizes the voice. There we go. Oh, here, let's get it with closed captions. Why don't we? See if that helps. Nope. Anybody recognize that voice? Yeah, from the... Yeah, of course. It is the star of the Fallout video games, Morgan Freeman. People on Twitch always love this when I talk about that. Plateosaurus. I love this depiction. It's pretty well done. No, Mayor Space. This is Plateosaurus, not Gilbert Gottfried. Plateosaurus. Plateosaurus engelharti, probably. You know, I have a cast of the skull over here. Printed life size. Plateosaurus. Yeah, see the resemblance?
Plateosaurus can...
Yeah. I love that Plateosaurus in multiple different documentary series is just like this triumphant animal. It's like, yes, the age of the dinosaurs has dawned. Behold, Plateosaurus. Like, I can see how narratively that makes sense. But like, these guys weren't thinking that when they were walking around. They're not like, oh yes, I'm the vanguard of something new and big and special that will take over the world. They weren't thinking, just doing their thing. But I find that really funny that, like, in Walking with Dinosaurs and in Life on Our Planet, and I wouldn't be shocked if in the new Surviving Earth they do the same thing, because it works so well in, like, a narrative sense. Here's the first of the truly large herbivorous dinosaurs. You know? Yeah. Good stuff. But what was funny is that they kind of do a different thing. They don't use Plateosaurus in the early Jurassic in Netflix's The Dinosaurs. They use Volcanodon here. I'm trying to find one that's not all chopped up in a weird way. But let's try this. So this is Massospondylus here, which is a little sauropodomorph. There we go. Massospondylus. Yeah, early sauropodomorph before sauropods got, well, some sauropods were bigger at this time, like Plateosaurus, but anyway. Volcanodon. And there you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. She's bigger than a Ford F-750. There we go. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Toad Rebellion says, like Darth Vader, they're from the planet Vulcan. And I think I'll take your word for it. Anyway, sauropods. Profoundly cool group of dinosaurs. I really need to bring some more sauropod experts on for interviews at some point. Bring on Kerry Woodruff again, Matt Wadle, there's some other folks. But yeah. That's a Back to the Future reference. There you go, Tasty JK. Thank you for informing. But yeah, what does the name Volcanodon mean? I don't know if it's volcano. I think it is volcano tooth, Claire, but let's look it up. Volcanodon means volcano tooth. To me, Volcanodon will always be tied up, like it'll be associated with a particular illustration by John Sibbick. This was such a formative book for me when I was a kid. The Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs by David Norman, with these lovely paintings by John Sibbick. This is a book from another time, another age. We will never have another dinosaur book like this that seeks to be so comprehensive, because there's just too much information nowadays, like too many publications. Back then, you know, you could have a book that tries to encompass the entirety of what's known about dinosaurs, and did a pretty okay job about it. Couldn't do this nowadays. It's just too much. Where's Volcanodon? Plateosaurus and Ankylosaurus. What the heck? Where's is Volcanodon not in here? Have I misremembered somehow? No, can't be. There we go. Volcanodon. It's funny because the tail is still dragging on the ground. That's what's kind of nuts about these illustrations that John Sibbick did in the late 70s, early 80s. This is like kind of caught in between different eras of paleo art. You've got some new ideas about dinosaurs that are making their way into the forefront, but these are like the last best illustrations of dinosaurs that you'll find still dragging their tails. It's... You know what it reminds me of? Conceptually? It's kind of the pinnacle of an earlier, simpler time, I guess. This is the P-51 Mustang of paleo art here, of dinosaur illustrations. This is like kind of the pinnacle of a, you know, piston engine fighter plane design and engineering. And this is the pinnacle, the last and best of the tail-dragging dinosaur illustrations. Is the work of John Sibbick back in the day. Is that an analogy that makes sense to anybody else? You know? The heyday of the P-51 Mustang was like, you know, jet fighters were just starting to come into production. They're taken to the air. This is like one of the last best piston engine fighters. These are some of the last and best tail-dragging dinosaur illustrations here. Done by, even the Brachiosaurus dragging its tail there. Shortly thereafter, all of these dinosaurs would be replaced by sprightly, upright, non-tail dragging dinosaurs. The way they should be, you know? Yeah. Mayor of Space says lifting up a tail is like a jet. That's exactly what I meant, Mayor of Space, yeah. Yeah. And Felaheen says, was the prevailing theory that the tails were a fifth leg? Not really. It didn't even go that, it wasn't even that thoughtful, really. So originally, the idea for dinosaurs dragging their tails is just, hey, dinosaurs are reptiles. And reptiles, today, drag their tails. Even the biggest of the terrestrial reptiles, things like Komodo dragons, you watch them walk around, they're dragging their tails on the ground. Like you see here. So again, it's this old idea of dinosaurs. Given that dinosaurs are sauropsids, they're part of the reptile branch of the animal family tree. Well, surely they must drag their tails. They must be cold-blooded, because reptiles are cold-blooded. It's this kind of essentialist thinking that you gotta watch out for as a scientist. This mode of thought, we're like, well, they're this kind of thing, so they must do what everything in this category does.
Vote for poison.
Welcome, XY, Kimmy XY. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Essentialist thinking will get you in trouble. You know? In fact, I mean, not to be too, not to carry this into really corny territory, but it's kind of like being like, well, you know, well, this person is from that country, and you know how they are, you know? Like, well, no, people are individuals and can have lots of different upbringings and values and characteristics and traits and stuff like that. Just because dinosaurs were a kind of reptile doesn't mean that they have to be cold-blooded or have to drag their tails. Doesn't mean that they can't be active, fast-moving, intelligent, dynamic, brightly colored, you know, dynamos of animals. You can be that and be a reptile. And I think really what helped clinch that, what helped demonstrate that we were thinking about dinosaurs all wrong was, well, it was Deinonychus, not to put too fine a point on it. The discovery and publication of Deinonychus here helped change the way that we look at dinosaurs. When John Ostrom published on this animal in 1969, he noted its long legs, its very, very stiff tail. It was actually stiffened by bony rods inside, so the tail wasn't flexible. It physically could not drag on the ground. It had to be held straight out behind the animal. It seemed to have a large brain case, so was probably a fairly bright animal, and it was extraordinarily bird-like in a lot of its skeleton. And Ostrom kind of realized this. Not kind of. He did realize this, and he pointed it out repeatedly, to the point where a lot of people got annoyed, but he was right. John Ostrom realized that not only was this animal very much unlike what people were accustomed to thinking of dinosaurs as, it also demonstrated the extraordinarily bird-like qualities of related dinosaurs, and Ostrom realized that, holy cow, this kind of shows that birds are a kind of dinosaur. It was Deinonychus that did that.
Dobbs.
Trying to find you a particular clip here where Ostrom himself talks about this.
That means the feather aerodynamically is optimally designed. There's no reason for Archaeopteryx to have a feather like that unless it flew. I wouldn't want to say Archaeopteryx is definitely an ancestor of all modern birds.
And Concu says raptors. I mean, yeah, the raptors, the velociraptor from Jurassic Park, is actually Deinonychus. It's not Velociraptor at all. And it's kind of a long story, but, oh goodness, here, I can get into it. When Michael Crichton was writing the novel Jurassic Park, he wanted a small, intelligent, fast-moving dinosaur to kind of be one of the villains in the story, I suppose. And so when Michael Crichton was writing the novel, he was trying to get the input of various paleontologists on it, and he picked up this book, Predatory Dinosaurs of the World by Greg Paul. This particular book right here is the reason why those animals in Jurassic Park are called Velociraptor and not Deinonychus. I'll show you. There we go. So Velociraptor mongoliensis is the species that everybody knows. It's from Mongolia. That critter is not very big. It's about 2 or 3 feet tall. 6 feet long. However, when Greg Paul was writing this book, he was looking at Deinonychus enteropus, this animal right here, seen attacking Tenontosaurus. This is the famous one from Montana. He said, well, it's so similar to Velociraptor from Mongolia, who was named 40 years earlier. We're going to rename it, instead of Deinonychus enteropus, Velociraptor enteropus. And that's the name that carries into Jurassic Park. This is what Michael Crichton was referencing. This page right here when he was writing that novel. This page of this book is the reason why everybody in the world knows the word Velociraptor, and hardly anybody knows the name Deinonychus. The Velociraptors in Jurassic Park are actually Deinonychus. So yeah, Neverwinter says Greg Paul did stuff like that all the time. Does stuff like that all the time. Yeah, which there's some interesting thought processes there. He happened to be dead wrong about this, but I think it often pays to hear him out. Like, he's got interesting ideas, and sometimes he's way ahead of his time, and sometimes he gets things completely wrong, but that's science, you know? Yeah. And this entire book was written by Greg Paul, Ramen. Yeah, Predatory Dinosaurs of the World is the name of the book. By paleontologist and paleoartist Gregory S. Paul. And Felaheen says, not gonna lie, Velociraptor does sound cooler / more poetic. Yeah, I mean, what's funny is two of the greatest dinosaur names ever published, Velociraptor and Tyrannosaurus. Both of those were named by the same guy, Henry Fairfield Osborn, who himself was kind of a third-rate scientist. He's not very well regarded today. Most of his ideas turned out to be bunk. But he named both of those dinosaurs. He certainly had a real knack for coming up with extraordinarily evocative, memorable, cool-sounding dinosaur names. Velociraptor. Tyrannosaurus. This guy knocked it out of the park twice. And it's one of the things he's best remembered for. But anyway, yeah. Anyhow, and you're welcome, Konku. Yeah, good to have you here. And call him up for new dinosaur names. I think he died back in the 30s, Raman. But yeah, not a great guy, honestly. Like, as a human being, I think at one point he was president of the American Eugenics Society. He was an avowed racist and classist, and just morally he was not a good person. I'll put it that way. He also had this bizarre idea about evolution, that only the most refined and sophisticated of individuals, they were the ones that drove evolution, and everyone else didn't matter. It was called Aristogenesis. So, only the most aristocratic members of a species are the ones who drive the evolution of their lineage. Osborn did this a lot, where he kind of let his own bizarre political and social beliefs kind of, dictate what he thought about science. Really weird. But, yeah. And elitism, like a parody of elitism, like extreme elitism, Konku, yeah. So anyway, we're talking about Osborn Volvulus, yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think Gould might even talk about that in his very kind of unreadable book, The Structure of Evolutionary Theory. So big I have to take other books out to get it out of the shelf. But Stephen Jay Gould, famous evolutionary biologist and paleontologist, I think he was in the process of writing this book when he died, and he didn't have an editor, and then they kind of published it unedited, so it's way too long. I've read the whole thing. Ugh. But let's look and see if we have Aristogenesis in here. How in the world does it not... Goodness. Maybe it's under Osborn. But, yeah, so Gould's book, The Structure of Evolutionary Theory, is supposed to be like a history of evolutionary thought. What have different scientists thought about evolution? What have they postulated at different times? How has this field evolved over time, no pun intended. Yeah. But Gould didn't write the index. 567 to 568, maybe. Whoa! Whoa! Look at this! Holy cow! Look at what I found in the book! Holy cow! It's all about the Jeffersons, you know? Well, well, well. I guess I'd use this as a bookmark at some point. You never know what you'll find in the pages of a book. Yeah. Alright, page 567. Oh, goodness. Osborne. I was really hoping... Anyway, if you would like a very long treatment of the history of evolutionary thought, Gould's Structure of Evolutionary Theory is certainly a book. Anyhow. I think there was some sort of grant or something like that that lowered the cost of this book. So it's way less expensive than you would think it is. Or at least it was at the time. It's not even available on thrift books right now. Huh. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Raw Man, yeah. I happen to really love $2 bills. I've long wanted to, if I ever get like a big check, wanted to go into the bank, be like, hey, can I get this cashed, but, can I get an all $2 bills? I think that'd be a lot of fun. They'd probably call security on me, though. And are there Cliff's Notes for this? That's actually a Neverwinter, that's a really good question. Cliff's Notes. 1,400 pages. Oh boy. Well, is the whole thing available as a PDF here? Or is this just the table of contents at the beginning? Oh boy. Here's a link to... I want to say there was some sort of grant or some sort of like scientific society that thought this is super important. We need to make this available to everybody. So this book, we're going to subsidize the printing, and it's only $20 or something, despite being 1,400 pages of hardcover. Yeah. Apparently, Gould did an interview with Charlie Rose about the book. And that's... That was weird. Is this part of a playlist? Anyway, that's unavailable, I guess, because Charlie Rose turned out to be, like, a sex criminal. Allegedly. In a video game, but also maybe in court. Maybe not in criminal court. I don't know. But yeah. Anywho. Why don't we take a look at this new... Well, let's do a Blue Sky post. What am I doing? And then we'll do Metazua, and I want to take a look at this new PBS Eons video, too. I've heard good things about it. All right. Take a screenshot. See if that's any good. That's usable. Excellent. Go ahead and save that. Hey, Feiser, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. There we go. It's Thursday, Birds Day, again. On Paleontologizing. But first, we've got some fossil science news and some viewer Q&A. Join us for natural history discussion and paleontological camaraderie at twitch.tv/paleontology. There we go. With 3D printed Allosaurus skull and Archaeopteryx skeleton in the background on the office wall, on the wall behind me. As a leatherback turtle model, a light up sauropod LED. Of course, LEDs are light up unless they're broken, I guess. And some framed figures from scientific papers related to Thursday, Birds Day. There we go. And save. Looks good. Paleontologizing. No typos detected. Let's post.
Hold on to your butts.
Here's a link to that post if anybody wants to interact with it. You happen to be on Blue Sky? It's the only social media site that I frequent apart from Twitch, I suppose. But yeah. light-emitting dinosaur. There you go. This is, I guess, a light-emitting dinosaur, isn't it? Different LED. And are those diodes there? Don't diodes have two things? Diode. Yeah. It probably still is an LED. It's definitely not neon. It was not that expensive, Pfizer. And it plugs into a USB port, so it's certainly not, it's not filled with noble gases, I can tell you that. Here. LED. I think a lot of really cheapo lights nowadays are LEDs. But I think the product listing is going to call it an LED. I'm looking through my, yeah, LED, dinosaur, well, they also call it neon. Yeah. I don't know. I am not a consumer electronics expert. I'm more willing to believe that that's an LED than just neon, but yeah. Yeah, LED strip. There you go, Neverwinter. Yeah. The nice thing is, it's dimmable. I was able to plug it in. I've got a little USB controller that you can put in between the light and the power source, so I can dim it, or I can brighten it, and I actually have it all the way up there. Yeah. Large enraged Deinonychus. There you go, Cacklinsworth. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. We posted to Blue Sky. Excellent. Thank you to the folks who liked and reposted. And, give me just a minute here. Let's do some Metazoa, shall we? Before I forget. Oh, hang on. We got a question from Nexus Nobody. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Nexus. Good to have you here. Can you tell me about the T-Rex Scotty? Yeah, so that's a Canadian specimen, right? Or at least it's being studied up in Canada. Scotty the Tyrannosaurus, but a lot of these will have nicknames, especially if they're like commercial specimens. I don't know whether or not Scotty was dug up by a commercial group or by a museum and by paleontologists. But I know people have tried to make a really big deal out of it, how it's even bigger than Sue the T-Rex, and it's... maybe it is, or maybe it's not. But I don't know about partially healed blood vessels in the bone fracture. That's news to me, if that's a thing. But it wouldn't be altogether surprising. There's a lot of examples of dinosaurs that suffered pretty grievous injuries, and then those injuries healed. These were pretty resilient animals. Like, they could, as people would say on Twitch, they could tank a lot of damage. the Allosaurus Big Al specimen is maybe the patron saint of injured and healed dinosaurs. Here. There you go, Concu. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Oh, poor little pterosaur. Hey, Charlie's Dragon, welcome. I know, Petrodactylus, I'm sorry. The king of the dinosaurs. Well, if you come for the king, you best not miss. Really? I don't know. We've never seen him do it. The only time I've seen has been this. That might not go so well for him. Oh! Yowza. Moral of the story, don't mess with Dryosaurus. Anyway, so Al ends up dying from this. Ugh. Oh. So given that he was preserved more or less complete with some grievous injuries there. Holy cow. I mean, look at that. This is his middle toe. It should be like 1/3 as wide as that. But this is a super inflamed bone infection. So it was healing, but he's not walking around with a cast or anything, so it's not going to heal properly. And it must have been, oh, this must have been awful. But he managed to survive for who knows how long while this thing healed, until eventually he probably died of starvation. Just not being able to hunt properly, because he can't walk properly. But he's got all these other injuries too, like healed rib bones like this, for where the ribs had fractured, and then they healed up. So this big lump right here, this is growth around the bone from when it was healing. And there's his skull, extraordinarily well preserved. Yep. Ugh. Salute to Big Hell there. The thing is, his skeleton is so complete that it kind of raises a question. It's like, if other dinosaur skeletons were this complete, would we find injuries like this on them? Especially for a big predatory dinosaur like this. He clearly led a really rough and tumble life. Was he just particularly clumsy? Or is this sort of thing, would it be common in Allosaurus if we just had more complete skeletons? I don't really know. And yeah, Sue has a lot of pathologies too. Andrew, wonderful to see you. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. That is Utah paleontologist, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site and Museum, Andrew Milner, there in the chat, everybody. Show some respect. But yeah, someone remade the Big Al Flash game? You're kidding me, Petrodactylus. Do you have a link? Love to see that. Yeah. And Upstairs Down says, is Big Al the most injured dinosaur of his time? Where we really have a complete dinosaur? Whether or not he is the most injured is a good question. Big Al is fairly large. We had a cast of him at Museum of the Rockies. Not a cast. We had a cast and the original, too, at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work. And he's certainly not the biggest Allosaurus in the world. He's, what, like 25 feet long, something like that? They get close to 40. So he's maybe half size for, like, a full, gigantic Allosaurus. But, he's big enough that the pathologies, the injuries in his skeleton are obvious. And he lived long enough to accumulate enough injuries that it's seen as kind of remarkable. But I don't know whether he is truly exceptional, or whether this is just kind of like, this is fairly normal for a carnivorous dinosaur of his size. I don't know if we have enough specimens and enough people looking for pathologies, specifically trying to, like, find these things in these skeletons, where we know whether or not this is normal, or whether it's completely off the wall, and like, holy cow, Big Al was just extremely clumsy, or everybody picked on him, or he was a jerk, he was just always picking fights and losing them. I don't really know. Yeah. And D1 NME, yeah. Museum of the Rockies is the best. It's one of the best dinosaur museums in the world. It still is. I was there at a time when things were kind of on the downturn, where they'd stopped a lot of their field work and research and stuff, and hopefully it's going to be really starting up in earnest soon. But they've got some new exhibits. I've got some friends who work at Museum of the Rockies still, and they're excited about some new exhibits and stuff, and hopefully some more field work. Yeah. Do we have the thing about Allosaurus? want to say there was a thing with, oh, goodness. What's her name? She works on paleopathologies. Goodness, I know that she's got a chapter in this book. It's not Catherine Forrester. Gosh darn it. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe she doesn't have a chapter in it. But she worked on Big Al. Rebecca Hanna. There we go. Page 119. It's a name I haven't heard in a while. I hope she's still working. But if you're curious about this, nice resource. This is written in the early 2000s, but yeah. I think she talks about Big Al in here. But yeah, various injuries that dinosaurs sustained that are preserved in the fossil record. It appears certain types of dinosaurs may have been characterized by patterns and frequency of injuries and infections in their skeletons. Carnivores participate in activities that predispose them to injury more frequently than herbivores, which may help explain why meat eaters show signs of injury and infection more frequently than plant eaters. Additionally, carnivores probably lived longer with injuries than herbivores, depending on the location and severity of the problem. Anyway, cool stuff. Yeah.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
D1 Enemy, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, there's Rebecca Hanna there. Yeah. So yeah, she was in Walking with Dinosaurs. Although it seems like the people who are putting clips on YouTube, they only want to show the CGI parts. Like, they don't actually want to show the... Nobody's uploading the parts with the paleontologists talking about... They're like, oh, that part's boring. It's like, that's the part that I want to show, you know? And Rawman, an updated one. I mean, that's the thing. Don't update the original. Don't do like George Lucas where you're just throwing more nonsense at the screen, you know? You know? We don't need this for Walking with Dinosaurs. We don't need just, like, all kinds of nonsense thrown at the screen because CGI is easier to use nowadays. you know? It just ruins the tone. Like, I don't know. If people are going to put time and money into making a new Walking with Dinosaurs, make a new one, you know? Rather than just trying to, like, update the CG on the old one. It was fine, you know? It's a product of its time. Let it be what it is. But let's make something new with new scientific discoveries, like we did, not we. I wasn't allowed to be there. But, yeah. It did in 2025. But I literally wasn't allowed to be there because the British Broadcasting Corporation had some sort of a policy that, like, there could be no other digital cameras on site while they were filming. So I was supposed to be working with this crew. Oh, hang on. This crew. There's Josh Lively right there. And this is, down below there is Lori's site. Or no, actually there's a different site, but it's nearby in the Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah. I was supposed to be joining this crew back in 2023, and Josh was really excited to have me there. Or, like, he's like, yeah, come on, raise some funds for us. The BBC film crew is going to be there. It's going to be really neat. And then he told me, like, oh, shoot, never mind. The BBC told me there can be no other cameras on site, so you can't do any live streams from here for the next several years until the program airs. And, like, I can't be there if I'm not going to stream because I got to pay the bills, you know? If I don't stream, I don't eat. But anyway, this is the new Walking with Dinosaurs from last year. It was pretty excessive, Petrodactylus, yeah. I thought this was pretty good. I would have changed some things about it, but... That... Cameraman ended up in the canal with his equipment. Captain Swerve, I don't find that surprising somehow. That's really funny. That's really funny. Oh, man. Yeah. I have no particular ill will to the British Broadcasting Corporation, I suppose. A lot of their natural history stuff is superb. Their Natural History Museum, Natural History Unit, rather, they do good work. I do feel personally slighted by them a little bit, but I can get over that, you know? I don't have that much of an ego. But man, is their news coverage often, heavily right-leaning. BBC has a real conservative bent to them. It's pretty frustrating. Anyway, very corporatist. Well, that's just my view. Oh, and thank you, Marika, for the question. Thank you, Claire Burr, for reposting it. When friends say that they don't get into dinosaurs because dinosaurs' look is always speculation, what can I say? That not everything... Unfortunately, your friends don't know what they're talking about, Marika. Holy cow. Sure, for certain dinosaurs, their external appearance is a bit of a mystery. Take, for instance, this dinosaur here, genus name Thanos. It's not known from much material. In fact, it's known from one bone. But from this one bone, we can derive a good deal of information. This is an example of a dinosaur its external appearance is mysterious. We can tell from this cervical vertebra, this neck bone, that this is an abelisaur dinosaur. It's a member of this family. These are two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. They tend to have pretty short snouts. They tend to have pretty long legs. Majungasaurus here is a depiction. It's a kind of abelisaur, a very well-known one. But for Thanos in particular, we don't really know what it looked like, except it probably had long legs and a short snout. Would have looked vaguely like one of these guys. Sure. So that's kind of on one end of the spectrum. For dinosaurs that we know not very much about. Contrast that with, say, Edmontosaurus. I talked about this a few months ago. We interviewed Paul Serino when this came out. This is pretty nuts. And they've got more of them too. This is just the beginning.
66 million years ago, in what is now Wyoming, a duck-billed dinosaur collapsed beside an ancient river. Sun-baked and still, its fate hung in the balance. Then, a flash flood. The carcass was buried in wet sediment, and something extraordinary occurred. A biofilm on the skin drew clay particles from the mud, forming a wafer-thin mask, capturing every scale, every contour in 3 dimensions. The flesh decayed, but the clay template remained. Now paleontologists have revealed what Edmontosaurus truly looked like. A fleshy crest crowned its neck, spikes marched down its tail, tiny scales covered surprisingly thin skin.
Look at that! Look at that! Show your friends this, Marika. I hope it helps.
And the feet held the greatest revelation, wedge-shaped hooves like those of a horse.
Yep.
The earliest hooves discovered in any land vertebrate, the first confirmed hooved reptile. After 66 million years, we can finally see this magnificent creature as it truly was.
So, that's this right here. We have this for a number of different dinosaurs now. Sure, for a lot of them we're dealing with very limited material. But for others, Petrodactylus mentions Psittacosaurus. Some of these individuals are so well preserved. I don't often like to talk about this one particular specimen because it was illegally smuggled out of its home country and is still, like, it needs to be repatriated. But it's got fossil skin all over it. It even has a preserved rear end. Its cloaca, for lack of a better term, its butthole is preserved. So you can share this with them too. Yeah. We also are able to determine the color patterns of this dinosaur based on the preserved skin. We've got a number of different dinosaurs. there's a growing number of dinosaurs where we're actually able to reconstruct what colors they were based on preserved integument, skin, and feathers with melanosomes inside that show us what colors they were in life. There's a growing number of these. It seems like about every year we've got one or two more. And we will continue to see more and more of this as this kind of analysis becomes more common. When you've got exquisite preservation, where you have either the skin or the feathers preserved, oftentimes you can determine what colors they were. Here's a link to an article about this, if you'd like to share it, Marika. If you need some references when you're talking with your friends. But yeah, this dinosaur here, Sinosauropteryx, is one of these where you look up any image of Sinosauropteryx nowadays, even the ones in our chat, our emotes, and you'll see a consistent pattern. That pattern being white stripes running down the tail. And an orange body and like a black bandit mask thing going on the face. That's preserved in the actual fossil specimen. So yeah. Oh man, you used to be able to buy one of these from Paleo Plushies. I think they're probably out of stock. Gone for now, yeah. But anyway, cool website. If the things are always out of stock. They're in such high demand, but they're all handmade. I need to like keep this as a homepage so that I can scoop up some of these things before they disappear. But anyway, this is so incredibly cool because this is like, it's one of the only dinosaur models, in this case a plush, that you can buy where the colors are based on scientific evidence. It's not guesswork. We can run some tests, look at the melanosomes preserved in that specimen, in the fossil record, and determine the coloration of this dinosaur. We can do the same thing with Borealia pelta, like we were talking about earlier. The coloration on this critter, that's based on the real thing, you know? Pretty extraordinary. So no, it's not guesswork. That's not a good excuse for, like, oh, well, I can't really get into dinosaurs because, you know, like, we don't really know what they looked like. We do know what they looked like for a lot of these guys. And some of them, it's very endearing. Like this critter. These color patterns are based on fossil evidence. Uh-oh. Yeah, sign raptor back here, looking for a meal. You just sketched Anchiornis for the first time about a week ago? Very cool, Petrodactylus, yeah. Nice. Anywho. Yeah. And you have the Paleo Plushies, Ornitholestes, and Pteranodon? I'm jealous, Petrodactylus. I don't have any of those. I don't even know if they ship to the US nowadays with all the stupid tariffs and stuff. Yeah. And it's not just fossil critters. They've got modern ones too. Spotted eagle ray. Atlantic sturgeon? Oh man, that's cool. These are always out of stock. Like, I need to have this as one of the pages that opens when I open my browser. Just to be able to keep track. In fact, maybe I'll do that real quick. Or at least make a note of it. I'm gonna do this later. Anywho, Vegemite, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And I'm sure it's available. It's probably more available in the EU than it is in the US, Marika. Yes. Yeah. Anywho, they're based in the UK, Petrodactylus, which I don't know how they pooched that, but I guess they got kicked out of the EU. Goodness. What a mistake. But yeah, the UK is Europe, not I know, yes, that's the point I'm making. Yeah. Concu says they chose to leave? I don't think so. People of the UK are smarter than that. They wouldn't make such a boneheaded mistake. Right? It's like people in the UK are going, wait, the United States elected who? What? No, I don't believe it. Anyway. Let's do some metazoa, shall we? Anywho. Hawk Raptor says, mock our Brexit all you want? I'm not. I'm sorry for you. I'm so sorry that happened. Didn't the UK's economy shrink significantly after that? It's now smaller than Poland's or something? Oh, goodness. Hopefully they are able to rejoin, but I don't know. Yeah. It did. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway. Just whatever you do, hold on to the NHS with everything that you've got. Do not let them privatize it. It will be a disaster. Like, as a resident of the United States, take it from me. Do not let them take away your health care. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Because they're going to try to, and a few people will get disgustingly wealthy, and everyone else will suffer, and your country will collapse. Do not let them take away the NHS. Holy cow. Take it from an American. Yeah. Let's do some metazoa before I say anything else about this. This is our daily animal guessing game. We've got 20 guesses to try and figure out the mystery animal of the day. Let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
Although we're given 20 guesses, I'm going to try and do it in 5 or fewer. I'm trying to bring my average below 5 guesses. We'll see if I can do that. But this is my clever excuse every day for talking about the concept of phylogeny. Multiple lines of evidence, both the fossil record and DNA, genetics, show that every creature on our planet Earth is related. It all seems to come from one last universal common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. So just in the same way that you are related to your siblings or your cousins, if you have siblings or cousins, you share a recent common ancestor. You've got the same parents as your siblings. You've got the same grandparents as your cousins. In the same way that we could draw all of life on Earth as part of this tree of life, all descending from a common ancestor. So Ms. Mini Pie here, who is genus and species Felis catus, is related to me and you, genus and species Homo sapiens. You can find both of them here on this tree. So I'll show you. We actually have a not too far back recent common ancestor. Not too far back common ancestor. Felis catus, the domestic cat, and Homo sapiens, a human being. So we're going to start off at all life here. And you'll see how the, we share the same ancestry until fairly recently. There we go. It's only about 90 million years, 85 million years ago, give or take, that we have a split within Boreoeutheria. So we're both Boreoeutherians, but cats are a part of Laurasiatheria. They're kind of carnivoran, so they're related to other feliform carnivorans and other carnivorans like dogs and bears and stuff like that. Part of Laurasiatheria. They split from our lineage about 85 million years ago. We're part of Euarchontoglires, the rodents and the primates, essentially. And of course, we as human beings are over here, part of the African apes, next to the chimps and the bonobos. Here's us, bonobos, chimps. A little bit further back, you get the gorillas and the orangutans and etc. So given that we know this, that life on Earth is all related, and we've got a pretty decent idea of where different critters fall out on this tree, we can use this information to crush this challenge. We're given 20 guesses here in Metazoa. I'm going to see if I can do it in 5 or fewer. The way that this works is, well, first of all, we only have to deal with animals. So already, we're sitting pretty. Only 1.4 million species. I like to start off with a mammal for this, because mammals are overrepresented in Metazoa. There's a heavy bias toward mammals, and to a certain extent birds in this game. This game was programmed by mammals, so fair enough, I guess. But give me the name of a mammal, chat. Preferably a non-marsupial, non-monitoring mammal. Give me a placental mammal. Claire, of course, says bear. What kind of bear, Claire? We've got black bear, brown bear, polar bear, or water bear. What do you pick, Claire? Black bear. Let's start there with black bear and see how close we get. And not the closest, but not the furthest either. Our critter's not a black bear. It's not a carnivoran. It's not a placental. It's not even a mammal. But it is an amniote. Let me show you what we mean here. Let's go to black bear first. American black bear. Reptiles. There you go, Claire. Yeah. American black bear, Ursus americanus. The way that this works is we type in the name of our guess, and Metazoa will show you the most exclusive evolutionary group, the smallest clade that includes your guess, and the mystery animal. So here we get Amniota. So we're not the furthest away, but they're not the closest either. Our critter is not a black bear. It's not a bear. It's not a caniform. It's not a carnivoran. It's not a Laurasiathere or a Boreoeutherian. It's not a placental. It's not a therian. It's not a mammal. But it is an amniote. Amniota is what we've got here. So this is the way to get to black bear. We know it's not going to be a mammal. Instead, we've got to take a right over here. We know our critter is a sauropsid. The reptiles, as people used to say. Sauropsid is just another name for reptile, essentially. And hang on, what was that? What was that noise right there? What? Was that a Ko-Fi donation? Moose Not Mooses, thank you so much for your support. That's very generous of you. Holy cow, thank you, Moose Not Mooses. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thanks for helping me continue to do what I do here. We're kind of nowhere close to our sub goal that ends today, but you're helping us out with that Ko-Fi donation, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, Moose Not Mooses. By the way, if anybody wants to donate on Ko-Fi, it's a wonderful little platform for supporting people who do all kinds of cool stuff, and they don't take a cut of it. So, like, you donate $1, $1 comes through into my account. That's some direct support right there. Direct support. Thank you, Moose Not Mooses. And I love that your username is also a grammatical admonition. It's correct. The plural of moose is moose, not mooses. Thank you, Moose. I appreciate that. And not Mises.
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Or like Bette Midler. Thank you for the 45 months there, Bette Midler.
Paleocerasti.
Thank you for those Styracosaurs and for the 45 months of support there, Bette Midler. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch with your continued support. And enjoy those Styracosaur emotes. How many different channels have you used those in, you think? Do I recall correctly that Styracosaurus is one of your favorites, Bette Midler? What in the world is that, Golden? Oh no. It is my favorite. It's such a cool critter. I've never dug up a Styracosaurus, but maybe someday. They're very cool. They're very cool critters. Metazoa. We guessed black bear. Our first guess. It's not a black bear, but it is an amniote. So we've zoomed out to the amniotes. Black bears are kind of mammals, so we know it's not a mammal. It's got to be on the other side of the amniote family tree. Today, there's only 2 clades of amniotes, mammals and reptiles. The sauropsids, the reptiles, include the reptiles that you know and love, like lizards and snakes. Everybody loves snakes. And turtles. And crocs. And birds. What? Birds are a kind of dinosaur. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. Birds are a kind of reptile. They are within Sauropsida. And birds are a very speciose group. So when we get to this point, we know our critter is a sauropsid. I often like to go with the birds because there's a lot of them. How many species of bird?
Over 9,000!
And they still exist
To this day!
To this day. Unlike all the other dinosaurs. Birds are also kind of overrepresented in Metazoa, so I'm going to pick a bird. I'm going to go with sparrow. That's my standard guess when we get to this point in the challenge. A sparrow is a kind of passeriform bird. In fact, that's where Passeriformes gets its name, is from passer, the house sparrow genus. Sparrow genus. So let's go with sparrow.
Hold on to your butts.
And see if that gets us. Good guess. Good guess. Our critter is part of Passeriformes, but it's not a sparrow. So let's see what that means. Passerine birds are over here. There's still almost 6,000 species. 6,000 species in this clade. Very speciose, very diverse. But we know it's not a sparrow. So this might give us some better information too. I'm going to go to Wikipedia for this because they've got these nifty little info boxes I'll show you. Passer. The true sparrows. But here we go. Passera is part of the Passeridae, the Old World sparrows. So we know our critter cannot be part of this family, or else it would have said that. But it is part of Passeriformes. Is there really no ranks above that? Passeri. Or the songbirds. We know our critter's not going to be a songbird. At least I don't think so. So we've got a passerine bird that's not going to be a songbird. We're trying to narrow things down. I don't think it's going to be a South Island red. It's not going to be an antbird or an ovenbird, because those aren't in here. Antbird, ovenbird, they don't have that. It's going to be something better known. I doubt it's going to be a honey eater. I don't think they have those. I don't think it's going to be a log runner. I don't think it's going to be a vireo. I don't think they even have vireos. It's not going to be a rock jumper. It could well be something like a corvid. Corvidae is the group that includes crows and ravens and jays and magpies and jackdaws. And corvids are part of Passeriformes, part of Corvoidea. This would be a nice guess. Let me try blue jay, perhaps. Appropriate that our animal of the day is going to be a bird on Thursday Birds Day. Blue jay? No. Oh, shoot. And that also didn't get us any closer with these ranked clades here. Gosh darn it. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Well, we know it's not going to be a corvid, and we know it's not going to be a sparrow. Oh boy, who else do we have within Passeriformes? We know it's not a songbird. Right? It is a passerine, but it's not a songbird. Right? Passeri. No, corvids are... Oh, goodness. No, it is part of Passeri, but not Passerinae. Passeriformes. Goodness. I don't think it's going to be a hummingbird, Mayor Space. I think they're outside of this clade. Passerine birds. I think... I want to say hummingbirds are outside. Yeah, hummingbirds are way over here. They're part of this clade. So it's not going to be a hummingbird. It's going to be somebody in this clade. But not a corvid and not a sparrow. This is always tricky when there's so many species. I'm trying to be careful about this and waste as few guesses as possible. Use as few guesses as possible, really. My score is very rough today, says Petrodactylus. I mean, I'm not surprised. This is such a speciose group. Would a loggerhead shrike be in the right group? I don't even know if we have shrikes. No, they don't have that. That's a moot point. But I think a shrike would be part of this group. Shrikes are, yes indeed, they are part of this group. Yeah. Oh, and then there's other shrikes. Okay. Tiger shrike Man, they're called this. Do you know why, chat? Why they're called a tiger shrike? So shrikes are well known for taking their prey, like smaller shrikes will take things like grasshoppers or even like lizards or sometimes mice, and they'll skewer them on like a sharp stick on a tree, or like they do this on a barbed wire fence, and they'll just kind of like leave it there to eat later. Tiger shrikes actually do this with full-grown Bengal tiger. I'm totally kidding. They don't do that. I don't know why they're called tiger shrike. Why is it called a tiger shrike? It derives its name from the tiger-like pattern of its upper parts, and also the fact that it preys upon adult tigers. No, that's not true. I made that part up. I guess someone saw the plumage and they're like, dude, it looks like a tiger. Cool. Anyway, our critter's not a shrike because they don't have that. Oh, goodness. And it's not it's okay. We know it's not a corvid because we tried blue jay. We know it's not a sparrow. We tried that. We don't have honey creepers or honey eaters. Let's find out where the sparrows are, and then we'll try, like, chickadee. The sparrows are way down here. It could still be a chickadee. That's more basal over here. Let's try that. They don't have chickadee? Gosh darn it. They don't have, like, blue tit or great tit. Robin? Robins are kind of thrush. But I want to say they're pretty close to sparrows. Thrushes are... Oh, thrushes are over here. Wait, what? I'm sorry, there's more than 2 species of thrushes, and they're not both rock jumpers. Goodness. Look up American robin, genus Turdus. Song thrush. We're over here. Let's try that. Try robin. But it might give us a European robin. Where's the European robin? European robin. How far is that from Passer, the sparrow? Okay, it's more basal. Let's try that. We're gonna try robin, chat. We'll give it a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
And... nowhere closer. We've expended a guess, and we're nowhere closer. Gosh darn it. But we know it's not a flycatcher. We know it's not a sparrow. We know it's not a corvid. But it is a passerine bird. I don't know if they have red Golganek. Wren's troglodytes. Oh, it could be a wren. It could be a wren. I don't think they have phoebes, Bette Midler. I just saw a black phoebe the other day. It was really cool. I was trying to figure out what it was, and it's like, oh, it's totally a black phoebe. They don't have phoebe, but wren. Oh man, this could be it. Let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
No! And it's not giving us any subclades here. This is rough. Huge. And Phoebes are flycatchers. Okay. Could it be? Again, there's so many species. Swallows? It's like are these the swallows over here? Yeah, swallows. Could be a swallow, maybe. I saw some, I think they're either green or tree swallows. I saw some this morning. Oh boy. This is so tricky because they're not giving us any subclades. Hirundinidae. It could very well be a swallow. Or do they have warblers? No. It could be a swallow.
Hold on to your butts.
Yes! Ah, got it! 6 guesses, not too shabby. Not too shabby for when we have a passerine bird. That is such a speciose clade. There's so many of them. Again, when we're talking about passerines, isn't that like 2,000 species? Passeriformes? Sorry, no. Almost 6,000 species. So I'd say that's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's worth posting. It doesn't bring our average down, but, pretty good. Oh, boy. Yeah. Lordy says, I can hear Danny win Metazua from anywhere in the house. I always know when to tune in. I'm sorry, Lordy. I hope it wasn't... I hope I didn't scare the cats or anything. Or the neighbors. Aceratory, like purgatory. I guess so, Golganak. Shoot. Oh, man. I want to take a look at that PBS Eons video, and then we'll do some fossil news. And it'll be time for Thursday Birds Day in about 45 minutes. Yeah. But before we do that, given that it is Thursday Birds Day, you know, some people never get to see the cold open videos. Maybe I'll play a Thursday Birds Day themed one for them real quick, and it'll give me a chance to go run to the bathroom before we dive into this new PBS Eons video. Let's do that. You're going to see a timer on the screen. Ignore that. I'm going to skip it forward, and yeah. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Check out this video that I put together for Thursday Birds Day a little while ago. Check it out. Yeah. Happy Thursday, Birds Day, everybody. Birds are dinosaurs. And dinosaurs can be a little brutal sometimes as a treat, or maybe as a matter of course. And this PBS Eons video is kind of about that, I guess. Let's take a look.
Over 100 million years ago, in the Mesozoic era, a small, early mammal dashed through the undergrowth, running for her life from a dinosaur. She zigzagged through ferns and scrambled over fallen branches, desperately trying to shake the predator and make it back to the safety of her burrow where her young were waiting.
I love this animation. This is really
Sadly, she didn't make it. Like basically all early mammals, she was pretty low on the food chain.
Yeah, these are our ancestors here, chat. You know? Living in the shadow of the dinosaurs, frequently being eaten by them, and being kept small by them, too. We are, even today, kind of dealing with this legacy. Being subject to the dinosaurs' reign for 150 plus million years.
And a peaceful death at the end of a long life was a rare luxury for our ancestors and close relatives in the age of reptiles. Most of the time, their lives were cut tragically short, with their final moments spent as a dinosaur snack. This game of cat and mouse, or proto-mouse, I suppose, played out countless times every day all over the Mesozoic world for well over 100 million years. And it's possible that the legacy of this era, when mammals lived fast and died young, still affects us now, having been carved into our very DNA.
Love this. Again, I haven't seen this before, but I saw the title and I thought I know which direction they were going with this. I'm glad I was right. This is one of the reasons why understanding paleontology is so important, and how it can give you an important perspective on your own life. So I'm so glad we're watching this. It's because we can go back into the fossil record and we can see how life has developed on our planet over time. And we can understand why certain things are the way that they are today. It's a truly powerful perspective.
Even though the dinosaurs that once hunted us are long gone, we still, in a sense, may be living in their shadows. Because it turns out, those terrible lizards might be the reason that we age faster than any other vertebrate group.
There we go. So we've got dinosaurs to thank for that too. Our color vision is not very good. Most mammals are largely colorblind because of their nocturnal nature during the age of dinosaurs. And fast aging.
The process of aging can often seem like an inevitable law of biology. As we get older, our bodies begin to deteriorate, our fertility declines, and eventually we die. But while we take it for granted, from an evolutionary perspective, aging is actually something of a paradox. Like, why would a process like this evolve in the first place, seeing as it's so detrimental to survival and reproduction and comes with no obvious upsides? You'd think that natural selection would have solved it by now, right?
Not necessarily, because if it doesn't have a bearing on fecundity, on the number of offspring that you leave, then it's not necessarily going to be selected against. You know?
Over 2,000 years ago, the Roman poet and philosopher Lucretius argued that aging brings one key benefit that makes it a necessary feature of life. It makes way for future generations. Space and resources are limited, after all, and if there wasn't a mechanism to eliminate older individuals, there'd be no room for younger ones. And this idea that...
This is the problem in academia, by the way. Like, certain people just will not retire, and so all the jobs are taken up by people who never publish and don't really do much, except maybe teach a couple classes every year, you know? I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. I'm not part of that rat race.
That aging doesn't exist for the good of the individual, but instead for the good of...
And don't even get me started, Snowdenchi. Holy cow. Average age of U.S. senators? Average age of 119th Congress? Yeah, Yeah. 64. Democrats and Republicans. 64 is the average age. That's the mean, as I understand it. No, sorry, median age. Never mind, median age. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyhow.
The group remained popular for a long time. As we learned about how evolution actually works, though, it became clear that this idea was missing something. You see, natural selection doesn't act in the long.
Is that true? Cat conservative means old man. There's some nominative determinism there, I suppose. Yeah. Golganek says, I'm a couple of months shy of 65. You're almost old enough to run for Congress, Golganek. I'd vote for you.
Long-term interest of the group. It acts only on individuals and their relative likelihood of passing on their genes. And it wasn't until the mid-20th century that a trio of scientists were finally able to explain the enigma of aging in evolutionary terms. They realized that the power of natural selection fades over the course of an individual's lifetime. Harmful mutations that kick in early in an individual's life and reduce their chance of surviving to reproductive age are
Neverwinter says, I'm only 53. Just a few more years and you can run for office.
quickly weeded out by natural selection. But harmful mutations that only manifest later in life, after individuals have already started reproducing, are much less visible to selection. Since those mutations have already been passed on to the next generation, it's too late for selection to effectively filter them out. This is especially true of species that tend to die of things like predation, starvation, or disease before they even have a chance to get old. In those cases, there's even less selection pressure to weed out the harmful mutations that kick in later in life, because it's not normal for individuals to survive that long in the first place. So a big part of aging is the accumulation of these late-acting mutations that are hidden from natural selection. But even though we've understood the basic evolutionary theory behind aging for the best part of a century now, at least one deeply personal mystery has remained. Why do we mammals do it so differently?
This, I think, I love that they're offering this perspective here, that we as mammals are kind of strange, and that's largely probably due to the legacy of the dinosaurs and our being under the boot heel of the dinosaurs, so to speak, for like 150 million years. Here, there's a book whose title helps make this point. Nope, here it is. So the age of dinosaurs is the Mesozoic era. Linear time, let's get those proportions correct there. The age of mammals that we're currently in is the Cenozoic. We're here at 0 million years ago. The Cenozoic started 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth through the Cretaceous and the Jurassic and part of the Triassic, I suppose. But this is the Mesozoic era here. Mesozoic before the Cenozoic. Cenozoic means recent life. Mesozoic means middle life. Paleozoic before it means ancient life. Well, middle life, the Mesozoic. Mammals first evolve around the same time that dinosaurs do. Back in the Triassic. Some people say, oh, true mammals don't show up till the early Jurassic. Their record is really poor, though. I suspect that mammals go back nearly as far as the dinosaurs, and certainly there were proto-mammals long before the dinosaurs, too. So critters that we think of as mammals, it gets a little bit loosey-goosey, a little bit wishy-washy, but I say mammals are from the Triassic, just like dinosaurs. Maybe they show up slightly later than dinosaurs, but at any rate, the Mesozoic era is indeed, as the book title says, the first 2/3 of mammalian history is in the Mesozoic. We think of mammals being Cenozoic, but no, 2/3 of mammalian history is in the Mesozoic. The Jurassic and the Cretaceous, even the Cretaceous period itself is longer than the entire Cenozoic era. Cretaceous is like 80 million years long. Then you've got the Jurassic before it and part of the Triassic. Holy cow. You know, we've got the majority of mammal time is during the Mesozoic. So it's an important perspective to have. And when did mammal ancestors get tiny? Synapsids were decently sized, right? Only in the Mesozoic? In the Mesozoic, yeah. Yeah, so maybe like the Jurassic. A lot of the larger synapsids went extinct at the end of the Triassic period. Here, so like your cynodonts and stuff, I don't know if they make it into the Jurassic. But it seems that competition from dinosaurs were kind of driving mammals to get, in some cases, smaller and smaller. And then mammals may have even dropped in terms of their ecosystem, like their body plan diversity. You had gliding mammals and swimming mammals and stuff back in the Jurassic, and I don't know if we have them from the Cretaceous. In some cases, mammals got a little bit bigger during the Cretaceous, but for the most part, all the mammals were really small during the age of dinosaurs. So that brings us back to here. Yeah.
See, in recent years, scientists have noticed that in other vertebrate groups like reptiles, fish, and amphibians, aging doesn't always happen in the same way or at the same rate. Some species can regenerate damaged limbs, teeth, and tissues. Some lay just as many or even more eggs when they're older versus when they're younger. And some age so slowly that there's really no obvious sign that they're aging at all. In contrast, mammals basically all age rapidly and markedly. Our bodies deteriorate in very clear ways. We become frail and less able to reproduce successfully, and we experience cognitive decline, cancer, and tooth erosion. And even in mammals that have long lifespans, we still clearly age along the way. Those other non-mammal species seem to have protective mechanisms against aging that we mammals lack or that we've lost. But why? And, as always, how?
What's the event that makes the Jurassic end and the Cretaceous start? I mean, we talked about this yesterday with Jim. You should take a look at this talk if you're interested in this. For a long time, people would have said like, well, there was no event. It's just a gradual transition, but there may have been an asteroid impact. Check out that video of Jim's talk there. This is cutting edge stuff. Jim just gave this talk earlier this year. Or maybe late last year? But yeah, yeah.
The idea was that our aging is a result of us having a higher body temperature than reptiles and amphibians. Because while this higher temperature comes with some advantages, it also leads to more wear and tear on our cells that eventually catches up with us as we get older. But there's a problem with this idea.
Yeah, birds don't do this. Birds don't do this.
Birds have high body temperatures too, yet they have longer lifespans for their size than us mammals. So body temperature alone can't...
So, you know, parrots, certain species of parrot can be tremendously old. Many of them outlive their owners if they're kept as pets. Birds don't have this issue. Dinosaurs didn't have this issue. So why should mammals? If it's not necessarily an artifact of high metabolism, then what's going on?
They have longer lifespans for their size than us mammals. So body temperature alone can't be the whole story. Then, in 2023, a researcher proposed a radical new hypothesis to explain why we're cursed with such unusually rapid and pronounced aging. A hypothesis that ties in evolutionary theory with our unique natural history, and that lays the blame on perhaps our first ecological enemies from far back in deep time, the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
See, as we explained, the evolution of aging is shaped mainly by things like when species begin reproducing and how long they're likely to survive.
Season B says parrots secretly plot their owner's demise, so no wonder some outlive them. They want that inheritance, huh?
Before something in their environment kills them. And the longevity bottleneck hypothesis, as it's known, essentially proposes that for our first 100 million years plus, we mammals lived fast and died young.
So again, I want to emphasize this. The first 2/3 of mammalian history is in the Mesozoic. For a very, very long time, mammals were small. They essentially looked much like this. It wasn't until after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, that mammals were able to diversify in sizes, shapes, ecologies. They were able to get big. You had no lions, tigers, bears, camels, bats, whales, before the KPG boundary, before the asteroid hit. That cataclysm, wiping out like maybe 80% of life on Earth, is what paved the way for mammal supremacy, you could say.
Those early mammals from the Mesozoic era, the age of reptiles, were mostly small, shrew-like nocturnal insectivores that lived in the shadows of the dinosaurs that preyed on them. We mammals spent the first 2/3 of our history this way, as short-lived prey in a dangerous world. And the longevity bottleneck hypothesis argues that spending so much of our history like this changed how we age in ways that we're still constrained by today. For one, spending over 100 million years being forced to reproduce early and generally dying pretty young meant that a lot of aging-related mutations could accumulate that were invisible to natural selection. Plus, there was very little reason to keep any of the regeneration and repair tricks that we may have once had that are still used by other vertebrate species today. After all, if we were rarely surviving long enough to get old, any genes and genetic pathways we had to keep us healthy and fertile into old age just weren't maintained. When random mutations disrupted them, there wasn't much pressure to restore them. And basically all Mesozoic mammals went through this bottleneck, while not all fish, reptiles, and amphibians did, which potentially explains why there's a lot more diversity in how those groups age, and why some age so much more gracefully than we do.
Drangden says, how old did the really massive saurians live on average? We don't really know. So like if we're talking about the largest dinosaurs, there hasn't been enough work done on this to really try and figure out what's normal for lifespan. In order to figure out how old an animal was at time of death, the only real effective way of doing this is to cut the bones open and look at the growth rings inside, to do what we call histology. You count those growth rings just like in a tree. And this hasn't been done for enough dinosaurs, especially not enough truly huge dinosaurs, to really give us a good idea of what's normal. We don't have enough data points yet to be able to tell what is typical. I think the very oldest dinosaur that's ever been histologically sectioned, cut open, had the growth rings counted, I think it was in its like mid-50s, maybe late 40s. So it's not that all dinosaurs lived fast and died young, certainly not. It's more that we don't have enough information yet to really know what's normal and how old these critters could get. So yeah. And John Dre, yeah, there are some amazingly long-lived animals today, like some bivalves, that clam. Greenland sharks, which were shown earlier in the video. There are some of them that they're thought to be 500-600 years old at least. I think we talked about this at one point. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Well, I'll give you a link. I don't want to waste my last free article on talking about something we've already looked at. But yeah. And then, of course, there's plants. There are some plants like bristlecone pines that can live for thousands of years. They're extraordinarily slow growing. There's one particular one, nicknamed Methuselah, that's thought to be over 4,000 years old. That is a cool critter, you know? So long-lived. Anywho. There was a really neat article about Greenland sharks. was cool. It was written for like a popular audience. And it was just kind of like musings on this, you know? A meditation on how cool it is that we have sharks that are that old, and, you know, just think about that. How there are sharks swimming around in the ocean who were probably around when Shakespeare was publishing his first plays. And I wish I could find it properly. Like, I wish I could share it with you here, but it's really good. I think it was from like a literary journal or like the New Yorker or something like that. But oh well. Yeah. Let's continue.
More diversity in how those groups age, and why some age so much more gracefully than we do. Now, it's important to note that while the longevity bottleneck hypothesis is plausible, it's still very new and very speculative. But there are some pieces of evidence that seem to support it. For example, we know that sometime during the Mesozoic, our direct mammal ancestors lost a DNA repair mechanism that's found across the rest of the tree of life, from bacteria to plants to vertebrates. Specifically, it repairs damage to DNA caused by exposure to ultraviolet radiation from the sun. And the dinosaurs forced mammals to be active mostly at night, where exposure to UV radiation was quite low, while also usually killing us before the effects of gradual DNA damage could start causing serious problems. So, in theory, because of this, there was no need to keep this repair mechanism. And if the longevity bottleneck hypothesis is correct, we should expect to find similar examples of lost repair and regeneration tricks in mammals as we dig deeper and deeper into our genomes. Plus, on the fossil side of things, we also see tantalizing evidence that is consistent with the idea. Because right after the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct, mammals were finally able to diversify into larger forms that no longer had to live in constant fear of predation. Like the pantodons, for example, who show up around 65 million years ago. They were the first known mammals to get big, reaching up to 42 kilograms in size as the planet recovered from the asteroid impact. Despite their size and relative safety in their environment, analysis of their bones and teeth shows that they still lived and died way faster than expected for their size. This suggested this aging pattern was a potential holdover from having only recently evolved from small, short-lived ancestors in the Mesozoic. And since then, mammals have continued to diversify and occupy all sorts of niches in all sorts of environments. And some species, like us, even have lifespans that can reach or exceed a century. I'm halfway there. Yet none of us can resist.
Diagonal says bryophytes have a lot of DNA repair mechanisms that ferns and seed plants lack. Interesting. Is Welwitschia a kind of bryophyte? It's a neophyte. Okay. But these are thought to be tremendously long-lived, right? Namibia. But yeah, individuals of this plant are thought to be potentially thousands of years old, right? It's a gymnosperm. Okay. Yeah. And Xboy Kim says, just found your account today and now stick around for a long time watching. This is so interesting. Thank you, Kim, for saying that. I really appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That makes me really happy to hear. Glad you're here. Let me know if you got any questions. But yeah, what a cool plant. And they're thought to have been around since the Mesozoic, at least, if not the Paleozoic. Check this out.
Hi. Are you paleontologying?
EchoCast, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Individual plants are thought to live up for up to 2,000 years.
Dryad.
Ectophytes. Oh, interesting, Diagon. Okay, cool. It's big. Huh. So they're dioecious. Huh. Wild. I don't know about that. I wonder what the current thinking is. Careful with it. Extraordinary. This is where those beetles collect moisture from the fog, right? Anywho, the longevity is the part that we were interested in here. Yeah. Anywho, speaking of longevity, Sir David here is going to turn 100 next week. Was it May 8th, I think? So happy early birthday to the true King of England, David Attenborough. Anywho, Echo Cast says, very cool stream. My husband is a huge dinosaur enthusiast. I can't wait to show him your stream. Thanks, man. Of course. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words, and you sound pretty cool. So does your husband. It'd be great to have him here. We're going to be out on a dinosaur dig in June, and I'll be streaming that live, so if he wants to tune into that, it's going to be pretty cool. I do this every year. Go out. I spent 11 weeks in the field last year. It might be fewer this year, we'll see. But, yeah, digging up several new species of dinosaur live on stream. It's going to be a good time. And Akira Eclipse says, do you have any thoughts on which level the gene is selected on, whether it's that of the individual organism? Oh boy, this is like an ongoing debate. The answer that I'm supposed to give for this as a non-geneticist is that selection happens either at the individual level or the population level. But you talk to geneticists and they're like, no, 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 it's all about genes. Organisms don't matter. They're just basically a vessel for genes. That's kind of a very, like, Dawkins-esque kind of perspective. The person to ask about this, who could answer the question with far greater insight than I ever could, people, I should say. Balint and Lita, both on the same Twitch channel, Science Streams. You should give them a follow, Akira Eclipse, if you're not already following, because they'll have thoughts. In fact, I imagine Lita has a strong opinion about this. Yeah, I read The Selfish Gene years ago and wondered what your thoughts were. I'm generally not working at that, like, granular level where we're talking about genes and stuff. Like, as a paleontologist, I'm not really thinking on that level because the genes themselves don't fossilize. So it's all kind of moot to somebody like me. But it's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. I wish I had a more animated, strident perspective to share with you. I don't have a super strong opinion, you know? I don't have a horse in that fight, so to speak. But, I'm glad you asked. Yeah. And GMO paint, we talked about the whole Kraken thing on Friday. You should check out the VOD for that on the YouTube page if you want to, or here on Twitch. But, yeah, there might be good reason to believe that giant cephalopod wasn't quite as giant as has been reported. Anyhow, thank you for your excellent question, Akira Eclipse. Keep them coming. That was great. Yeah. And Diagonal has a view on this. Selection mostly acts on individuals in which the gene is expressed, but genetics is complicated. Genetics is complicated. Some might say too complicated. Let's continue with our video
all sorts
here.
of niches in all sorts of environments. And some species, like us, even have lifespans that can reach or exceed a century. I'm halfway there. Yet none of us can resist the process of aging in the same way that many other non-mammals can. While the longevity bottleneck hypothesis is still speculative for now, it stems from the undeniable fact that we're shaped by long-gone ecosystems, predators, and lifestyles in ways that still manifest today. Evolutionary constraints can last far longer than the pressures that created them. And the way that we age today may well be the result of one simple fact. You can take the mammal out of the Mesozoic, but you can't take the Mesozoic out of the mammal.
That's beautiful. Oh, I love PBS eons. Here, one more time.
And the way that we age today may well be the result of one simple fact. You can take the mammal out of the Mesozoic, but you can't take the Mesozoic out of the mammal.
Well said. I love that. Here's a link. That video there. Make that into an alert. I like that, Alexander. I like that. Yeah. Anyway. Should we dive into Thursday Birds Day early? So we've talked about mammals. We've talked about how the first 2/3 of mammalian history was in the age of dinosaurs. And we're still dealing with that to this day. But at the end of the Mesozoic, something happened. Asteroid impact. This was, it was not a good time to be an Earthling. Something like 70-80% of life on Earth died out at the species level. So imagine that, like 80% of species on the planet.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
There you go. No fun null. Thanks for the follow. Appropriate alert. This is what paved the way for us. And here's pterosaurs. These are not dinosaurs, but they're flying reptiles. Non-dinosaurian flying reptiles. Flying around, and this spelled the end for them. But out of the ashes of this catastrophe rose not just the mammals, but a group of dinosaurs, too, who had already been around, and they took a big hit here. It was something like 90+% of these dinosaurs also died out. But a few species managed to squeak, or shall I say, chirp their way through. Birds. Today, birds are the only living dinosaurs. Out of all of the dinosaurs that existed on our planet prior to this time, prior to the KPG boundary, out of all of them, All of these guys died out except for... There's a tiny little bird in here somewhere. There we go. All of these guys wiped out. Well, except for the crocs. They're not dinosaurs. Turtles, not dinosaurs. But there's a few species of bird that managed to make it through that bottleneck. And they have today given rise to the thousands of species of bird that we have. How many species of birds? Yeah, what? Over 9,000, over 10,000, some people would say. That's what we celebrate on Thursdays here on Paleontologizing. It's Thursday Birds Day, and I'm glad you're here for it. This is an excellent way to wrap up the week's streams. So without further ado, let's start it off. Thursday Birds Day begins now. Wrong button. Thursday Birds Day begins now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Happy Thursday Birds Day, everybody. Let's take a look at some of those bird photos submitted by members of this community. And, hang on, this did not start off in the right place. Make sure we don't skip anybody. Excellent. Let's see what modern dinosaurs you chatters have found over the past week. From Auro, we've got a Baltimore Oriole. Oh, wow, wow. Had to overexpose? No, this looks to me like it may indeed be an Oriole. Very nice. Let's look that up on our Tree of Life here. First, let's go to the birds. Played aves here. It's a black-headed grosbeak. Oh, very cool, Neverwinter. And hey, Racodactylus, how are you doing, Reiko? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Cream in the center. I think there's a Weird Al song about that, is there not? Anyway, birds. Birds.
Bird.
Over 10,000 species according to this tree. Let's find black-headed grosbeak. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Rhacodactylus. I really appreciate that. Excellent. Thank you, Lenina.
Gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Rhacodactylus. They've gifted 513 months in the channel.
Holy cow, Lenina. 3 months to Rhacodactylus. Thank you, Lenina, for your generosity. Excellent. And Raw Man, I don't know what you're talking about.
Bird.
Grosbeaks, saltators, and more. What a cool name. It sounds like some sort of a title that you would be given in like one of the communities in the Mad Max series. Yes. All hail Saltator Violencia and her skull brigades. But yeah, what kind of grosbeak was it? I gotta scroll up in the chat. Thank you, Neverwinter. A black-headed grosbeak. Well. Oh, we've only got 6 species, so it should be in here somewhere. There we go. Nice. See, I think it might just be kind of a blurry bird. Although ours is less blurry. Well done. Our first bird of the week. Saltator of Watertown. There you go, Golganek, yeah. And Lenina has got some grackles in the rain there. Very nice. Grackles, underappreciated birds. But they are creatures of beauty and grace, deserving of veneration. Lenina, you should get on trying to, spread the idea that these are like exalted beings in Texas, that they are creatures of divine nature, sort of like how in the state of Utah, the local people worship seagulls, right? Exactly, Claire, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying, says Lenina. Well, let me know if I can help with that at all. If you want me to 3D print you any graven images, let me know. Very nice. Grackles. Let's jump to them on our bird tree. It's funny that I call it a bird tree. We're just over in the bird section of the Tree of Life. Here's our grackles. I have to fake a miracle. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. You know, maybe we'll wait a few years until gas prices finally come down and you could say it's the grackles that did it. And I feel like people who drive huge vehicles in Texas will be so relieved. They will... I don't know, we should just switch to electric vehicles. What do we say? Anyway, grackles. Is this a common grackle? Or is it something less common, like a boat-tailed grackle? Which, again, might be the wrong... This might be the wrong photo. Somebody was saying last week. Great-tailed grackle. Uh-oh. Gotta look up an image. That is a great tail. Look at that. That's impressive, you know? It reminds me of the Antillean grackles that I saw in Puerto Rico. Yeah. They're fighting. Got two of them fighting here. Maybe they're playing. I don't know. He always looks so stern, you know? Those eyes like that. Is this playtime or is this a murder happening here? I don't know. Anyway, thank you for posting. Rain or shine, Lenina will post grackles. Good stuff. Thank you, Lenina. I always love your grackle posting. And hooded palebrals over them eyes. Did they have that? Do they have palebrals, like, sort of like a hypsilophodont? I don't know. I think that might be soft tissue. Oh, this is cool. Skull bones all labeled like that? Oh man, grackle skull. I could 3D print a 7-foot-long grackle skull. It'd be a bit larger than they are in real life, but it'd be cool. It'd be cool. I don't have that much printer filament, though. Anyway, thank you, Lenina. Cacklin's Wharf. Got a wordless walk from Sassenheim's train station to Leiden Central train station in Netherlands. Let's take a look at great cormorants drying their feathers and courtship of great crested grebes. We've got great birds wall to wall here in the Netherlands. That's not a bird. That's an arthropod in an angiosperm. Lemiaceae, cool. I love that we've got such well-studied plant people here in the chat. Anyway, this is cool, and I will give people a link so they can watch the whole thing and enjoy the serenity and beauty of the Netherlands' natural environments here. But we've got birds to ogle. So let's do that. Show us your birds. Where's the cormorant? Where is it? Going to 807. There they are. Yeah, nice. Lovely. Great cormorants. So we get double-crested cormorants and occasionally Brandt's cormorants where I live. I wonder if these guys are bigger. Great cormorants. They're pretty great. So cormorants, these are diving birds, but they're, I think, wing-propelled divers? I don't think they kick with their feet. I think they flap underwater, if I remember correctly. But they, one way that they fight buoyancy is that their wings are not water-resistant. Their wings, like their feathers, actually get wet and hold on to that water in order to help them dive, help them go beneath the surface without buoying up to the surface. And so afterward, they have to sit there and dry their wings out, which is what you're saying here. Very cool. Pretty neat. These live all over the world, too. And like I mentioned, was it last week? They are responsible for a lot of Loch Ness Monster sightings. That's a thing. They do that, the cormorants. Anywho, what else did we have? 1606. We've got some great crested grebes. Let's check them out. And this is like the most Dutch landscape you could possibly. I guess you could cram a bunch of tulips and wooden shoes in here, but like this is as Dutch as it gets. This is beautiful. Look at these windmills. Oh man. And there's those grebes. Nice. Grebes are so funny looking. They're so like slender. You know? Love how they dive down. Just like, loop. It's such a confident movement. They just fully commit to it. Just head first, just plonk. Really neat. These are great, Cacklinsdorf. Thank you again for posting. And they build the nest together as well. That's really cool. So they have cooperative nesting. And are they? Yeah, they're chasing away a coot. Get out of here, you old coot. They probably don't sound like that. They're in the Netherlands. And I'm not going to try and do a Dutch accent. Oh, and they're doing a courtship thing. They're cementing their pair bond. This is so cool. So presumably the male is on the right because he's got the wacky stuff going on with his head. Very cool. So they're like, yeah, wasn't it cool how we got rid of that coot? Good for them. Yeah. This is so neat. The other coot snuck into the grebe's nest at this point. The coots get told off in no uncertain terms, too. Oh, really? Should I wait? Is that going to happen here? Drama. Just maybe, yeah. After that, well, I can also scoot forward a little bit. Oh, hang on. She dives down. Floop. He dives down. Did she catch a fish or something? Looks like she's got something in her mouth. Maybe not. There's the coot over there. What are they going to do about it? But they're doing like a courtship thing. He's got something in his mouth, it looks like. Okay. Scoot forward a little bit. Oh, they're cruising. Uh-oh. Get out of town there, coot. They're gonna get you. They are not happy. Oh, submerged attack. Oh, this is great. Birds are so much fun, you know? Oh, man. Don't you just love watching birds? In fact, well, here's a link to this video if you'd like to watch the whole thing. Thank you again, Cacklinsdorf. That reminds me of a song. I've shown this before on stream. I'm going to show it again because it amuses me, and hopefully it amuses you too.
We like watching birds. It's a pastime that brings us so much joy. We like watching
Have you seen this before?
birds, and we watch them all of the time. From the sparrow to the hawk, robins, green herons, and ducks. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and we like for you to watch too.
Don't you just love watching birds? Alexander Morrison knows this one. It goes in an interesting direction.
we like watching birds as they watch us back from in the sky. We like watching birds and our neighbor across the street. Eagles, egrets, crows, and owls soar majestically through the breeze. Oh yes, we like watching birds and stealing chicken bones from the garbage bin at Applebee's. We like watching birds. They're so clever and also very cute. We like watching birds and they tell us what they have seen. This one saw a whole bunch of worms. This one saw a white-collar crime. Oh yes, we like watching birds and our bird gods grateful we do. We like watching birds, we pay tribute to the skies. Our bird god watches back with an all-seeing eye. And we offer up the birds as we offer up our lives. As the servants of the we like watching birds. We go out to the park every day. We like watching birds, which is good cause we have no choice. All the finches, geese, and swans are just messengers of our God. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and the birds like watching you too.
Perfect for Thursday Birds Day. I'll give you a link here. This song has been stuck in my head for days. There you go, Kim. Yeah. This is before TikTok, I think, and I want to say that's. Poke rap. This is Neverwinter. Huh. Interesting. Thank you, Cackling Turf. And I did enjoy those bumblebees with their fluffy white posteriors, but the closest I got to ID was an American species. No matter. Very cool. Egyptian goose and goslings. Very nice. There's something very, like, hadrosaur coded about an Egyptian goose. Maybe it's the dark spot around that striking orange eye. But I see this and my brain tells me, oh, hadrosaur, duck-billed dinosaur. You know? In fact, it reminds me of one depiction in particular. Let me see if I can find that.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Aquarist AK, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Can I ask if the AK stands for Alaska? Or for Otovomat Kalashnikova? Either way, you're welcome here. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for the follow. Last time I was in Florida was to visit Dinoland USA before it closed. And there's one duck-billed dinosaur sculpt that they have there that particular Egyptian goose photo reminds me of. Let's see if I can find it. Because I think we got to go see it at one point after the crowd cleared away. It might be easier to find, actually, if I go to the transcript. Nope, there is no transcript. Gosh darn it, this is going to be trickier than I thought.
Right there, behind Daisy Duck.
Oh. Yeah, not totally. And I think, I'm not totally certain, but I think this might be the same exact one in Drumheller, Alberta, outside the Royal Tyrrell Museum.
They've got an ornithomimid that's running from some tyrannosaurs. And I think they might have the tyrannosaurs here too. But just a beautiful model of this critter. You can see why we call them ostrich dinosaurs sometimes.
Now we realize these feathers all over. Dinosaur mimids. Cast and then be a pretty there. Okay, we didn't get to see Daisy Duck. In the background. Well, there's a Corythosaurus right there. I know that there's a model of it on Sketchfab. So I downloaded it at one point. There it is. Got it. I need to find a way to actually remove the scarf from the model so I can print it, but I think this would be a really cool print to have. But, yeah. I have pictures of me with this as a kid. From like the early 2000s. But here, if I go like this, and whoop, there we go. That reminds me a lot of our Egyptian goose photo. Maybe there's some design cue or some visual thing that I'm picking up on that's really subtle, or maybe I'm just crazy, but it reminds me a lot of this. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Yeah, I really do want to print this soon. I could even maybe print it and just remove the scarf with like a scalpel. But I should probably do it digitally before I sculpt it, so we're not wasting material. Save me some work in the long run. Yeah. Cozy scarf. Well, maybe leave it on. I don't know. It'd be nice for winter streams, maybe. But yeah. An Aquarist AK? Sounds good. Yeah. Anywho, back to our bird photos. Thank you for putting an Egyptian goose in there. Fake 2D. Let's find the Egyptian goose on our Tree of Life. Yeah. And this is true, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, fair. Egyptian goose. This is going to be over here in the Galloancerai. The ducks and geese and what have you. Anatidae is the duck and goose family. Anseriformes. Anser means goose in either Greek or Latin. And there's even a dinosaur named after that, Anseramimus. It's an ornithomimid from Mongolia, I want to say. It is kind of a trope, a tradition even, to name ornithomimid dinosaurs with the suffix mimus and the prefix being a bird name. Yeah. Goose mimic. Anseramimus. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you, Fake 2D. Appreciate you posting it. And Ariana Celestine says, update from the Killdeer photos I shared on March 4th. We got babies! They haven't been able to get a good shot of them yet because they only started hatching today. Well, well, well. Oh, this is very cool. Baby killdeer. Soon they will be growing up. And as their name implies, just massacring deer. That's what killdeer do, right? I'm joking. They don't really do that. But let's find killdeer on our... They're called that because that's what their call sounds like. It sounds like they're killing it. No, it doesn't. It sounds like they're saying the words kill deer. Charadrius. Vociferous. Yeah, they're not quiet. Not a quiet animal. Yeah. And hence your emote reactions to the pic, says Lenina. Not knife. Deer. Oh dear, Lenina. Oh boy. Yeah. But it does make me want to look this up real quick. What do they sound like? Killdeer call. Sounds more like meep meep. But I guess in the years before Twitch streams, people had to find other ways to entertain themselves, like having auditory hallucinations of what birds are telling them. I guess they didn't want to name them Meep Meeps. I guess so, yeah. And there is a specific... There probably is Chaotic Time Traveler, yeah. There, let's see if we can find... Let's see if this is any better. And that's true, Ice Ellen. There's another video of that, which I've shown before on stream. They and other birds like mourning doves will do that, where they... I don't know if we're going to get the call here. Maybe here? Anyway, they do this thing where they go, oh, I've been murdered. Oh, definitely don't find the nest of eggs that I have on the ground there. Follow me because I'm so injured and you can eat me. I'd be such an easy, tasty meal. And it's an act, you know. There's the eggs. And Mom is like, look at me. I'm so broken and tasty. Let me lure you away. I have broken wings and broken legs. Look at this big orange spot catching your eye. Like, follow me. Away from the nest. Yeah, they love doing that. Well, they don't love it. I think they do that when they're distressed. But, yeah. It's called feigning injury. And it's, there's a number of different birds that do that. So killdeer will do that. They're over here. Let's see how far away they are from mourning doves. We're going to be over in columbiformes. Two birds who have independently developed this behavior. They last shared a common ancestor like 80 million years ago during the Cretaceous, and yet they both do that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, you know? Yeah. Neat. Let's reset this. Get rid of those lines. Anyway, Ariana Celestine, thanks for posting. So, Mama Killdeer, her act must have been very convincing to keep predators away from the babies long enough for them to get this big. Well done to her. Well done. And Cacklinsworth has got another round of birds for us. Well, well, well. We got duckos. Who are these? Gadwalls, right, from last week. Remember these guys? Gadwalls, very nice. We've got a gray heron. Nice. 2 red-crested pochard couples. Rufina. That must be... No, hang on. Yeah, here. Very cool. If you look closely, you can see the color pattern of the first photo's male differs from that of the male in the other photos. These ducks are rare in the Netherlands, except for the so-called edge lakes surrounding Flevoland province, roughly speaking. But yeah, interesting. The 2 males do look different. Well, that's a grebe there, right? In the bottom? Yeah, different pattern. Interesting. Huh. Thank you for posting, Cacklinsworth. Good stuff. MacGyver says, is there a deer in there named a killbird? I don't know. I hope not. Mommy Does has got an electric bird. I presume. How in the world did it take me this long to spot a northern cardinal? Very nice. I'm looking forward to seeing these in Florida when I'm there next month. Yeah. Charging up here. Very nice. Let's jump to Northern Cardinal. Back to our birds. Almost call that a cardinal oversight. There you go, Cacklinsworth, yeah. And I'm visiting the Atlantic coast, kind of near Palm Beach. RCS. Looking forward to it. I'm going to be doing some leatherback turtle work and some live streams and all kinds of good stuff. So Northern Cardinal. And they are right next to the grosbeaks. Like from the beginning of Thursday Birthday today. Very nice. Charcone says red means it's full capacity. So that's different from my phone. I think green means full capacity. I think this bird really needs a charge. Yeah. And you will enjoy them when you're here, Danny. Everyone I know likes them. Everybody likes leatherback turtles, Alexander Moore. Right? Good stuff. Thank you for posting, Mommy Does. Excellent. And Marika's got a Corvus Corone? Is that a fish crow? Carrion crow. There we go. Yeah. If that is what it is. Carrion crow. I'm noticing kind of a raised patch right here. So where like the nasals would be. Carrion crow. Yeah, it looks kind of raised. I love this pose though. Just so... This is a bird with some pride. Head held high. Strutting along. Yeah. I do have attitude, yeah. It's a great shot. Thank you, Marika, for posting. That's lovely. Wishbone puffed out. Yeah. Get that chest forward. Nice. Thank you for posting, Marika. Excellent. Mayor Space has got a white-crested laughing thrush living in the Toledo Zoo pheasantry. Despite its status as definitely not a pheasant, or anything like one. White-crested laughing thrush. And I'll see you later, Marika. Thanks for being here. Happy Thursday, Birds Day to you. Sleep well. There we go. Yeah, now we're near the pheasants. Garrulax leucolophus. That means white crest, right? Garrulax. Let's have a look. What a cool bird. One more time. Thank you for posting, Airspace. This is great. Who's laughing now, though? Not the laughing thrush. Doing hard time in bird jail. See the ankle monitor? Right here. Yep. Thanks for posting, Mayor Space. I like how the black band covers the eyes and beak nearly perfectly. It is a striking pattern right there. Very cool. Hey, pre-breakfast banana, how are you doing? Hello, hello. This is not Critter Guesser, this is Thursday Birds Day. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Somehow he ended up in pheasant jail. I'd like to hear that wild story. You know, maybe that's a special privilege, you know? Or maybe it's a clerical error, you know? Ariana Celestina's got some clearer pictures of the baby killdeer. Well, 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 look at them bopping around. I think you're gonna need a finer mesh on that fence. One more time. They're so cute. My goodness. Thank you for that, Ariana. Look at that little baby. My goodness, they're so stilty and fuzzy. Oh, goodness. Thank you. And Arrow's got a... Hang on. A lazuli bunting, I believe. Very hard to photograph due to them being small and typically loving to sit in dense, leafy branches. That is nonetheless lovely. We don't have these where I live. Lazuli bunting. This has got to be a passerine bird. I wonder who it's close to. Great bird, says Neverwinter. Neverwinter, seal of approval. Nice. Passerina. Passerina. Are they... That's so funny. So buntings, buntings, buntings. And then we have a blue grosbeak? What? Is the blue grosbeak not actually a grosbeak? I have to look this up. Nested within Passerina and was most closely related to lazuli bunting. So it's not a grosbeak at all, I guess. Is that right? Are grosbeaks over here anywhere nearby? We've got some grosbeaks over here. Okay. Yeah, but this isn't one. That's really funny. That's really funny. Yeah. Huh. Well, apparently there's been some controversy about their phylogenetic relationships. Here's a link if anybody wants to dig into that further. Yeah, lazuli bunting. Very cool arrow. Very cool. Different from the grosbeak that we were looking at. I got distracted there. Yeah. Excuse me. Let's continue. Charcone's got a family of 4 geese, that is. Canada geese, Branta canadensis. I know this genus and species by heart. Cool critters. Very cool critters. Canada geese are, they're one of these birds that many of us encounter on a regular basis. And they're pretty charismatic. They're large. They're hard to miss. I love them. I think they're cool. A lot of people are scared of them. I've had a Canada goose charge me before, and if you just kind of stand your ground, they back off. I don't know. And they can get bitey for sure. Yeah. They're cool. Thank you, Charcone, for posting. Good stuff. Guiber has got bath time for the ravens. Corvus coronoides perplexus. Oh, this is so cool. So this is one of those birds where your magpies in Australia are not the same as, they're not related to North American or Eurasian magpies. Your robins are not related to robins elsewhere, as I understand it. You've got a bunch of different unique birds that are called Australian this, Australian that, but they're not the this or that are from other continents. But your ravens and other corvids are just ravens and corvids. Australian raven. Corvus coronoides. The Australian raven. Looking up there into the stars, into the sky. Carlac V, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. What's he thinking? He or she. Corvid thoughts. There's a lot going on in that brain. They're very clever. But this is really neat. It's there's a crow who keeps making a mess in a bird bath in my neighborhood, where there's a neighbor who will leave out peanuts and walnuts and things like that, and I think that they're not specifically packaged for birds. I think that they're salted peanuts and stuff like that, because this crow will show up, take a peanut, and then drop it into the bird bath, sometimes squish it around and make a big mess, and then sometimes just leave the peanut in there to soak. And I think he might be trying to get rid of the salt. That's my guess. But he's also done this with like slices of bread and stuff like that. Just loves to leave bits of food soaking in the bird bath, and then you have to clean it out because it's all full of Anyway, it's fun to watch these birds play in the water and stuff, even if they do make a mess. Wiper, thanks for posting. Bird Soup, says Chaotic Time Traveler, yep. Alexander Morrison, well, has got another Archelosaur edit here. Creature spotted, double-crested cormorant. One of the cooter turtle species, couldn't identify from the angle and distance, and American alligators, 2 youngins. And a tricolored heron. Music once more by Brian Ang. Let's... Nice cormorant here. Ooh. Hard-shelled turtle. Alligator. Nice. I cannot wait to see some gators when I'm in Florida. Log them to iNaturalist. Tricolor heron? I don't have these either. Man, I'm going to be filling up my iNaturalist roster. Nice. Very cool. This is so cool. Thank you for posting. Here is a link if anybody wants to take a look. Or go follow Alexander Morrison for more Floridian Archelosaur adventures. Good stuff. Turtle hitting that relaxed pose, yeah. I'm really excited to see a bunch of different turtle species in Florida. I was looking through a guidebook recently for Florida wildlife. 25 species of turtle listed for the state of Florida. 25. And I don't even think that was all of them. I think they may have missed a few. Because they get 6 different species of sea turtle in Florida alone. And I think they only showed 4 in the book. Nuts. Like, that's crazy, crazy number of turtle species. Yeah. And be sure to take your binoculars. I always do, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. So much wildlife you might encounter. I can't wait, Casey. It's going to be great. Oh, man. Thank you again, Alexander Morrison, for posting. Good stuff. Neverwinter has got, holy moly, a common yellow throat. Geothylpus tricus. Look at that. For such a vibrant bird, it kind of blends in. It's funny. That's funny. Animals like this have a certain degree of self-awareness. They know what they look like, and they know good places to hide. They're like, hey, I can be over here, and you'll only spot me if you're looking for me, even though I'm so strikingly colored. You know? It can be fancy and hidden. How about that? Says Pre-Breakfast Banana. I know, right? Very cool. Yeah. Giant Hens National Wildlife Refuge in April 2020. As its name implies, it's one of the most common species of warbler on the East Coast, especially during migration and nesting. The male is distinguished by the black mask around the eyes, while females are more of a drab brown. Both share yellow coloration on the throat, hence the name, a common yellow bird. It does what it says on the tin. It's got a yellow throat. It tends to hide in thick bushes or trees, so its witchety 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 call is more often heard when the bird is seen. That's funny. That's so cool. Thank you, Neverwinter, for posting. Always good stuff. I'm just a leaf. That's rushing, yeah. Tractor says, you can't see me because I'm wearing a blindfold. Yep. Good stuff. And I'll see you next time, Alexander. Thanks for being here. Dr. Tara's got Mississippi kites roosting together. Well. Here's one. Where's the other one? Is that it there? Is that a fake? Nope. There we go. Nice. Very cool. I've never seen one of these in the wild before. Do you get them in Florida too? Maybe I'll see some next month. Really neat. Mississippi kites. Let's look them up. MISSISSIPPI. Well, well, well. Ictinia mississippiensis. Nice. Are these related to the snail kites? The ones who eat snails? Yes. Yes. Okay. Cool. Very neat, Dr. Tara. Thanks for posting. That's excellent. Good stuff. And Akira Eclipse says, how clever would you say birds are, or does it vary? Corvids are quite clever, yeah. But other birds like psittaciform birds, parrots and their relatives, very clever. Here, I'll show you a clip from an animal show that I used to watch avidly as a kid. Oh, maybe it's not on YouTube anymore? Survivors, fighters, disguises, burgers, cats. Pirates. Is this the one? That looks like a Kia right there. But there was one for... They don't have it. Oh. Anyway, Kias are a kind of bird found in New Zealand, and they are considered to be quite intelligent. There we go. Take a look at this. This'll do. They're experts at car disassembly. There you go, Clairbert, yeah. It does. Swallow-tailed kites. Oh, cool, Everwinter. Yeah, okay. Gotta figure things out just by looking and trying different things. Okay. Hmm. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, they are very clever animals. Um, uh, Fight the power. Oh. Here's some Kias. They're very playful and curious, and they love wrecking cars.
모두 다 안 되나?
Pull out some of the weather stripping? Yeah, why not? Those scoops, yeah. The more rubbery and wiry things you have on the car. Exactly, Golganek. Yeah, all the bells and whistles. They're a menace, says Neverwinter. It reminds me of a magpie that I saw in Bozeman, Montana one morning. And it was just having the time of its life. It had, like, pecked a hole in the side of a house and was just pulling the pink insulating foam out of the side of this house and throwing it on the ground. It's like just demolishing the side of this house. Just for fun, you know? They love to do that kind of thing. And, oh yeah. So we were talking about corvids earlier, and these are extraordinarily clever birds. It is really cool what they can get up to, you know? Yeah. So, like, they understand puzzles that would maybe stump, like, a 5-year-old child. Like the concept of water displacement. Light versus heavy. So if you want to bring that water level up and bring the treat into range of your jaws, you don't want to use the lightweight blocks that'll float. You want to use the heavy ones. So just toss aside one of the light ones. Give me a heavy one. Yeah, there we go. Really clever. Solid versus hollow. Like, they understand these concepts without having been taught this kind of thing, by the way. They're just very clever. Yeah. And so the narrow ones need to go in the narrow hole. Nice. Anyway, it continues. But good stuff. Yeah. Bunch says, I wonder how they learn this. They're learning on the fly. Like, this is not something they've been taught. they're working out the problem as you're watching. Like, this bird has probably never encountered something like this before. Very cool. You know? Yeah. The Time Traveler says, after opening one container and retrieving his prize, Luffy shredded the silicone seal so it couldn't be used to keep him out of his toys again. They remember. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Dr. Terminator. I don't know how we got on that, but thank you. Oh, we had a question about bird intelligence. There we go. Yeah. Scoobs has got a tawny frogmouth in tree mode. What? I don't see a bird. This is a tree branch. What are you talking about, Scoobs? So well camouflaged. The tawny frogmouth. Holy cow, this is lovely. With those eyes and that mouth closed, it just looks like a tree branch, you know? Neat branch you got there. Thank you, RB42. Although you should really be thanking Scoobs for posting it, you know? Good stuff. Man, when they don't mind being seen, they're yeah, they're quite expressive, as we've pointed out many times before. From tired to like, oh, I'm sick of your nonsense, to concerned, bordering on disapproving, to shocked, to angry, furious even. It's the bird of 1,000 faces. I love this piece of art here. This is lovely. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Scoobs. No expression at all, just tree. Drangden has got some ducks for us. These are domestic Muscovy ducks, I think. Do I have that right? Muscovy ducks. Let's go to them. Yeah, nice. There we go. Not the best photo. You've provided a much better photo of us for us, Drink. Thank you. Excellent. Oh yeah, Muscovy ducks. Ding, ding, ding. I think you're correct. We got some more. Nice. And instead of proof of life, proof of Luffy. The Indian ringneck watching. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler. Looking very green there. I think it's the lighting. Nice. And, you know, you should really tell Luffy to you know, maybe watch something educational. Not this trash, you know. Luffy, you know, watch something that's good for you, you know? Some Reading Rainbow, perhaps. Green fairy lights, nice. A dinosaur stream's so good, even the dinosaurs watch it, says Galrox. I'm flattered. What can I say? The cardinal nest out front out front has fledged. Very cool. And I saw this Canada goose overlooking downtown during my lunch break, running D&D. And to conclude, I saw these really bad dinosaur candies today. T-Rex and Kylo, Diplo, Raptor, Tricera, and Brachio. Interesting. Yeah, those aren't the worst I've ever seen. I don't know. I appreciate that they're at least trying for different kinds of... What is this? It's with the spikes. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, that's not great. They're putting too many bells and whistles on their Diplodocus sauropods. That's funny. That's neat. There's the cardinal there that you mentioned. Young cardinal? Fledgling cardinal? Looks unfinished. But cool. Cool that out doing things. Good on ya. Surviving adolescence. Or surviving, your juvenile stages, becoming an adolescent. Well done. And yeah, Canada Goose just sentinel, observing. It's like a dinosaur gargoyle there on the corner. I love it. Thank you, Kadok Time Traveler. This makes me smile. I actually want to save this image. That's really funny. I like that a lot. Nice. Yeah, very nice. Central Florida from Squiggles here. Hang out nearby water retention pond. There's fish and turtles that live in it too. Nice. We have Ardiids here. Who are these? Members of the Ardiid family. Is that a great blue heron? Herons and egrets. Great blue heron would be my guess, but I think you might get other kinds of heron in Florida too. It's a leggy avian, says Charlie's Dragon. Yep. I do wonder, yeah, who might that be? If you're in Central Florida, it could very well be a great blue heron. I should consult the book that I just got. I'm trying to figure out if I want to keep this book or return it. Because there's so many typos in the book that, like, it really makes me wonder how reliable is this information if they couldn't be bothered to, like, proofread it. Here we go. Little blue heron, snowy egret, great egret. It's not going to be one of those. So you've got great blue heron. I don't think it's a green or tricolor heron. I think that's a great blue heron there. Ardea Herodias, right? Ardea Herodias, yeah. Range in Florida is basically the entire state, according to this. Yeah, and welcome, Ribsta. Herons are cool. What are you? It's a night heron. Very funny diagonal. Yeah. That's funny, Kadok Time Traveler. Yeah, nice. Anyway, Anyway, thank you for posting there. Indecipherable username. Appreciate it. Hey, Sandwiches Breeze, welcome. Rushwing has got an eastern spine bill. Hey, all the ladies are less bright. Holy cow, Rushwing. Who is spine bill? What is this creature? What is with that rostrum there? What do you do? What is your beak for? Do you eat nectar or something? Are you like a Hawaiian honey creeper? Eastern spinebill? Never heard of these birds before. The spinebills. Let's have a look. And they're nectar eaters. That makes a lot of sense, given that morphology. Your photo is a lot better than this one. Acanthorhynchus. Acantho means spine or spiny. And rhynchus is, isn't that jaws? Rhynchus. Like Rhamphorhynchus. It's jaws or beak. And tenuirostris. Rostris like rostrum, that's like beak, mouth. Tenure is probably slender. Yeah. And what do you know? They are honey eaters. Are they related to the Hawaiian honey eaters? Or honey... No, I'm thinking of honey creepers. There's the honey eaters, who are probably mostly Australian, right? Leidas? Holy cow, there's a bunch of them. 91 species over here. What's really funny is that here you've got a clade called the honey eaters. And then over here, you've got another clade. I don't know what the name of this clade is, but you've got other honey eaters over here too. It must be that a lot of these birds originally got lumped together in families. It's like, oh yeah, these are the honey eaters. They have these long bills. And it turns out that not all of them are super closely related to each other. Some are over here, some are over here. They were originally lumped together based on appearance, but genetic data probably shows that some of them are separate. Interesting stuff. It's really cool. And what a gorgeous bird there, Rushwing. Thank you for posting. This is lovely. This is superb. Such cool birds in Australia. And there we go. That marks our last bird for Thursday Birds Day. Well done, everybody. Another successful avian extravaganza. Theropod Thursday. Good stuff. And with that, it's time to wrap up. Our last stream of the week. I'll be back on Monday. Don't go away just yet. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Let's run our credits. And what better critter to put under our credits today than the ancient wing itself, Archaeopteryx. Also right here. There we go. Fresh cash. Let's see who else is doing some science on Twitch right now. Thank you, Lenina, for that lovely giant Archaeopteryx. Excellent. Let's go right into science streams, because it's been a while. Gonna go say hello to Valent and or Lita, so don't go away just yet. Gonna do this raid. But thank you to everybody who's showing up in our credits. New followers, thanks for clicking that follow button. And thanks to the raiders who brought some of these new followers in. Really appreciate that. I hope you'll join me for some more paleontologizing on Monday. I'm not sure what we're doing on Monday, actually. Let's check the schedule real quick. Paleontology in Star Wars. Exploring fossil science's influence on the space opera series, from Tauntauns to AT-AT walkers. Well. That'll be fun. Thank you to everybody else appearing in our credits. New subscribers, cheerers, gifters, the folks who keep these streams going with their financial support. Couldn't do this without you. And of course, the moderators keep this a safe and welcoming community for all kinds of people. From fellow professional paleontologists to newcomers, folks young and old of all different backgrounds and levels of expertise. Appreciate you, mods. Thank you for everything that you do, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I will see you all on Monday. Take care, everybody.